Hello! Hello! Happy beginning of April. That's all today is. There's nothing else happening today. It's the beginning of April. How are you? Emmy, hello! Oh, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Welcome back to the fold. You did it! You did it! Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. And it's... Oh, it didn't tell me. Thank you for becoming an alacritous alchemist. It did not show. How are you all doing today? Have you seen any particularly funny situations happening today? I've seen, you know, it is this day. It is this day in April. Yeah. Good stuff? You got played earlier in Discord? Aw. I feel like it's not like all April Fool's jokes are bad. It's just that there's a lot of bad April Fool's jokes that like get spread around a lot because of companies, you know? Like I feel like April Fool's jokes played on your friends is really nice. You know what? That's a good question. Why would we? How did this tradition begin? How are we like this together, all of us? As a species. How did we get to be this way? You go, Pumpkin. Good job. Sorry. Pumpkin is I don't know if you can see her. She's very blurry. There she goes. There goes Pumpkin. She's going up there. Yeah. You pranked your uncle, you screenshotted the desktop screen and hid the icons and That's hilarious, Mysterio. That's hilarious. That's a great April Fool's prank. See, I like pranks, but pranks really need to be harmless. I'm one of those people who, you know, like watches a prank and spends a lot of time thinking about how much the person who is being pranked must be suffering, and I feel bad. So I'm not the proper person for pranks, but no pranks to share. You spent the day helping paint your new place. Oh, it's so nice to live next to people who have like pets so that you don't have to do anything. You know what I mean? Get all of the benefits of the pets without the work or the paying for medical care. Not that I am I love Pumpkin. She's sitting up there. She's sitting up there and enjoying herself on this April Fool's Day. Yeah, I haven't seen any pranks that I've like thought were particularly good. I have seen pranks, just like nothing that I'm like, you know, really, really feeling about. You have an app that bounds your desktop icons and categories. And double clicking hides everything. There's a cat next door who adores you. I love cats. One time I went outside to go get the mail and there is a cat who definitely belongs to our neighbors. Hey, Fully Birdie! Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Hi, Derek. How have you been? Did I see the guy who made a 4090? Made a 40... What do you mean a 4090? Wait, what did he make? I didn't see anybody who made anything. All I've seen is like big corporations, and I've seen corporations making joke visual novels, which just always makes me sad. It always makes me sad. Oh, an NVIDIA 4090? Oh, he made a replica. He made a replica of a future NVIDIA card. That's really cool. See, like, this is the kind of stuff April Fools should be for. Hope the day's been well for me too. Thanks. I'm having like not a great mental health day, to be honest, but I'm glad that the day is going well for you, as it should. Hey, Roni. He like physically created it, but it doesn't function, right? It's a replica, or I'm just briefly skimming this article because of. Yeah. It's a work of art, says the article. It's not real, there's no 4K series yet. And I was like, how did he make his own graphics? If you could just casually make your own graphics card, we all would do it. We all would do it. Who wants to spend money on a graphics card? Build your own graphics card, get it for 200 bucks. It says 1,000 watts of power is what he imagined this card would have. It is it's a chonker. He didn't just like render stuff. Yeah. No, he envisioned this. He imagined this. He created this, essentially. That's really cool. I love this kind of thing in particular. Yeah, I love this kind of thing in particular. I have not been paying attention to most corporations' like April Fool's Day. Like April Fool's Day has kind of gone out of style, I feel like, is kind of what happened. Nachoholic, thank you for thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. A prank visual novel would disappoint you so much. It's way easier. There's prank visual novels every year. There's one came out this year for April Fool's Day already. So they happen all the time. They've been constantly happening, and every time it makes me sad. And you had to like it. Yeah. Yes. I agree, Violet. Google's one of the bigger companies that usually does it, but they said they wouldn't this year, and they didn't last year either. Good, honestly. Like, I don't know. I feel like April Fool's Day pranks are things that only make sense. Like, crafty pranks are really cool. Pranks that you play on somebody you know are really cool. Harmless pranks at work can be fun depending on your workplace and all of that jazz. But I feel like April Fool's as viral marketing ploy is like killed the holiday. Killed the holiday so fast. But you won't see any articles about that. Nobody's gonna say corporations killed April Fool's Day. They're just gonna say millennials killed avocados or whatever we did. April Fool's doesn't fit very well with today. When you were younger, the rule was the prank had to be done before it. What? Really? No. The only time I've ever really participated in an April Fool's joke is one time I came home from school and I thought that it would be really funny if I told my mom that kids had thrown rocks at me at school. And then I was like, April Fool's! So I did that and she got mad at me and she's like, never, ever, ever do that again. Which is valid. Very valid. But I never pranked anyone again. Millennials are stabbing avocados and eating them! I'm too young. Man. Sometimes I feel very young. Sometimes I feel very young. April Fool's ends at noon? What? I have never heard of this. I've never heard of the April Fool's ends at noon. That wasn't a rule. But like, kids in my school didn't really like my senior prank at my high school was that we all came to school with like foam weapons and then we pretended to LARP in between class breaks. Like that was my senior prank. It's just that at a set time, everybody pretended to do magic and kill dragons. So like, you know, I got told by one of the teachers that my class's generation didn't know how to do pranks because one time the senior class decided to prank the school and basically every family who owned a tractor drove their tractor to school. So there was like an army of tractors converging on the town, converging on the high school, and that like basically no other generation in my high school matched up to that. That's my basically all of my April Fool's experience right there. We had the noon rule too? Oh man. Americans seem to discard rules and traditions way faster. That's fair. We definitely do that. Americans don't like restrictions, period. We don't like people telling us what to do. That's the American way. You didn't prank people anymore? That's fair. That seems like it's a kind of funny prank, but I wonder how hot it was, right? But see, this is the problem with me and pranks is that I am like, oh, that could be funny, but I wonder if they're suffering. Like that's just like, I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at it. There was an episode of Running Man where they pranked one of the members by like basically implying that they were gonna keep keep the member, like, he had to leave. He had, like, a deadline coming up for an album that he was working on, and they were like, whoever loses this has to stay overnight, so he was gonna, like, miss the deadline for his album, and he was so stressed about trying to win it so that he didn't have to stay the night. And it was like everyone was like, ha ha ha, this is a funny prank, and I'm like, that man is suffering! He's suffering! Enjoy your lurk, Mysterio. Like Halloween. Halloween. Now not having the apostrophe is prevalent? What do you mean by Halloween with the apostrophe? Is there something about Halloween that I don't know? Are you talking about like the harvest holiday? Before we made it about like candy, basically. We made it about candy. That's good old America. If you can't spend money on a holiday, why are you even celebrating this holiday? You gotta spend money on your holidays. 4th of July, buy fireworks and hamburgers. Mother's Day, buy flowers and perfume. You gotta do it. Why do Americans hate apostrophes? Why? So Americans just generally don't want to put in the effort to learn how to pronounce things differently. Louisville, Kentucky. Like Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, which is spelled Louisville. Hi, Danger. How are you doing? Oh my god, guys, I have to tell you about this movie that I saw. I forgot to tell you about this movie I saw yesterday. You think we just hate everything? Fair. They haven't commercialized Arbor Day nearly as much. I'm sure that they've tried. I'm sure it's just hard to get people to buy trees. Man, like, where am I gonna put that tree? I don't own a house. You can't make Arbor Day a national holiday when, like, a significant chunk of the population doesn't own land to plant things. Seemed funny at the time because you were only 8 and you didn't think it was too hot. He just yelled instead of a funny reaction. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, like, I don't know that I would be the best person to prank. No, I'm definitely not the best person to prank. Like, please don't prank me. I have PTSD. So, like, just don't prank me. The odds of that going south are stacked against you. Like, just don't do it. Surprise danger or just like none of that is gonna work for me. Invest in tree housing. Hey, Sunshine, how have you been? The bonsai tree industry. Ooh, yeah, that's smart. Trees would be too good for the planet, but what I said. Man. We should, see, this is why we need, like, public plots of land, because then everybody could go out and buy a tree and plant it, maybe, theoretically. I guess I don't know enough about planting trees. Do you have to do anything special to plant a tree? Very busy with work. I'm sorry. Relatable, though. Actual pranks sucked. Internet corporate pranks are way better. Magic the Gathering Japan launched their website looking like a 90s GeoCities webpage. I actually really hate internet corporate pranks personally, but I can see how, like, if like, cause like a lot of the pranks that there's a lot, just like a lot of people think pranks are like mean. Like a lot of people are like, this is a prank that like might potentially cause bodily harm to this person, but it's a prank, so let's do it. Or like, this is a prank that's gonna put somebody in like a really like emotionally stressful place, but let's do it. So I can see how like it's like harmless corporate pranks comparatively are a lot like kinder, even if they're a little bit like, oh that good one, that was funny. Even if it's like a little bit like that, at least they're not usually trying to hurt people. The bug snacks prank where they're like, nobody likes bugs, we're rebranding to snacks. Oh, congratulations, Mysterio! Does that make you an aunt yourself? A great aunt? I don't know how families work. Imagine public gardens where people can raise and pick veggies. I do, and it would be great. It would be great. That's kind of what parks are. Yeah, you're not allowed to plant things on parks. You're not allowed to, like, utilize the land in that way. You can walk on the land, you're not allowed to use the land. Hey, Tonberry Cola! Hello, welcome in, everybody. Welcome on in. Oh, it's a cousin? That might be the case. Welcome on in. Happy April. Happy beginning of April. Man. Oh, Skyrim! Did you get any fun glitches? Because that's what I'm always in Skyrim for. I'm like, show me the glitches. Got community gardens like that, and it's pretty neat. There's some in, like, depending on where you go in Seattle. Yeah, I would love it if, like, every community had one. Cola raid with Dave! Autism Acceptance Month. Is April Autism Acceptance Month? That's awesome. Hey! Yes! We're doing all right. We're doing okay. To be honest, towns are usually okay with people planting trees if you get permission. Americans aren't gonna do that. But I see what you're saying, but like, the number, like, if you're trying to like mass commercialize Arbor Day,
I'll support you.
that's enough of a roadblock there. Hey, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Ahmad's hunting for a Wabbajack. Is the Wabbajack part of the mod or is the hang on, I'm Googling it. Wabbajack. I feel like I have heard this before. Oh, okay. Yes. I remember this. I know and remember this. That's great. That's a great April Fool's Day stream. Well done. Well picked. Americans are probably less likely to do something when they have permission. No, I think just like the process of adding that extra step there. The fewer steps there are to do something, the more people do it. That's basically just it. It's just the normal Shiogorath quest. Had a super fun time. We're gonna be playing more Story of Seasons today, and I am gonna be regaling everybody with the wonderful movie that is Bride and Prejudice that I saw last night. The team that is working with me on Pride versus Prejudice, we all got together to kind of celebrate the end of the game jam, and we decided to watch Bride versus Prejudice, which is a Bollywood adaptation of Pride versus Prejudice, or Pride and Prejudice, sorry. And it was not good, but like like the movie was like kind of fine. It's just that like the way that they went about adapting it was like a mistake. Was like definitely a mistake. I enjoy Bollywood movies a lot. I really enjoy Bollywood movies a lot. Do not want you to support. Got it. I got it. Will not do that. Bad. Okay. I think I've integrated that into my brain as a bad organization. I definitely remember this organization being spoken about before and some of the stuff that they've done. So, got it. But yeah, no. So Bride versus Prejudice, like, so basically the way that they went about it with Bride versus Prejudice, they decided to have the Bennets be an extremely well-off Indian family, and then they had Mr. Bingley and Miss Bingley be Indian people who were living abroad now. So like they're like UK, I think UK based and educated. They had like British accents and they lived abroad in America / England. And basically, and then there was Mr. Darcy, and Mr. Darcy was just a white American man. They just took a white American man, and instead of him being like proud and noble, they made him a workaholic and a fucking racist. So like this is like the beginning of the movie, is that instead of Lizzie hating Mr. Darcy because he's proud and arrogant, she hates Mr. Darcy because he's being actively racist about India and like everyone around. Like he's like insulting the food, he's insulting the country, he's like, why do you want to spend time in this backwater? Like he's like really offensive, right? He's like being really bad, but he's Mr. Darcy, right? So like there's supposed to be like a romance that's gonna be happening between Lizzie and Mr. Darcy, right? So like we're watching, and it's kind of amazing because they give Lizzie these like amazing zingers. Like Darcy has come to India because he wants to buy a luxury hotel, and the Lizzie in the show, she goes in on him because she's like, you just wanted to come to India and you wanted to build a hotel here to give white people the thrill of coming to a place that isn't actually India, that is just more like luxury resort with some culture as set dressing. And she like goes into him and she's like, you're a horrible imperialist. And he's like, I'm not British, I'm American. And she says, exactly, and like walks away. So like they get a lot of like good zingers in. Like she definitely like goes in on him for what he's definitely objectively doing, which is like he does not think highly of India or Indians or Indian culture in this movie. Like he's just a huge jerk. Like he's just a huge asshole. The whole beginning of the movie. So we're like sitting here. Oh, hang on. Got it, Violet. You still have yet to see an adaptation that surpasses the 1995 Colin Firth adaptation. That's fair. It's a really good adaptation. That one is, I think, especially if you've read the book before.
I'll support you.
Chase, yeah, kind of. Hey, Nat Merrick, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. But so like, so we're watching, right? And we're like, oh God, how are they gonna deal with this? Because how are they gonna try to redeem this Mr. Darcy, who they've established Lizzie as this character who's like really proud of India, wants to live in India for the rest of her life, can't imagine marrying a foreigner and going abroad to live somewhere else, right? They've like hardcore established her character in that. Halfway through the movie, Mr. Wickham shows up and he's just a British white guy. So we have a British white guy, Mr. Wickham, and then we have an American white guy, Mr. Darcy. So in this case, Mr. Wickham shows up and he and Lizzie hit it off for like no real apparent reason. Like I guess they're just attracted to each other. That's fine. That can be it. But suddenly Lizzie goes to sleep and she has this dream that like looked like a nightmare to me, but was like actually a dream that she is in England. And there's only white blonde people. There's only white blonde people in this version of England that she's in. And like she's in a wedding dress and she goes into a church and she like bangs the door open and it's lined on either side with just white blonde people. And I was like watching, I'm like, this is my nightmare. Like this is terrifying. But she's like, I want to go to England and marry Mr. Wickham. And I'm just like, what is happening? They established this character in a completely different way and now this is happening. So like, okay, I guess she's open to going to England, but not America then. I guess she thinks Americans are the imperialists, even though, you know, Britain and India, whatever. So like, that's the tack this movie decided to take. That's where they decided to go. They decided to have Mr. Darcy be a racist imperialist, and like it's a theme in the movie, right? So they have a Mr. Collins character, and instead of Mr. Collins being like an insufferable sycophant, they've made Mr. Collins into, because like in the book he's like always talking about nobility and like, oh my gosh, I work for this duchess and she's noble and I work for her, and like it conveys me the status. Like that's how Mr. Collins is in the book. And in this one, they decided to make him like worshiping of American culture. So now he lives in America and he's come back to find an Indian bride to take back with him to America. And he thinks Western culture is superior. And he thinks like English is a better language. Like, again, just like the racism is just like I'm like, okay, so they're doing this with multiple characters. They're wanting to explore this theme, and like that's not bad, but again, we're supposed to have a romance arc here between, it's Pride and Prejudice. It's Bride and Prejudice. It's a Bollywood Pride and Prejudice adaptation.
I'll support you.
Happy birthday! Hello. I don't know if it's your birthday, but happy birthday, Rope Snake. Hello. And hey, Exile, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Rope Snake, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. But yeah, so like we've gotten to this point, right? We're like at the halfway point of the movie. Lizzie's like dressed down Darcy a couple of times for being just like a flaming racist. And now we're at the point of the movie. Hey, Harvest! Take your #1 spot with pride. Harvest, congrats on 500! Holy shit. Gift subs. to the community. Holy hell. Thank you, Harvest, and welcome to the fold Big Doherty, Too Sleepy, Too Ginger, Tigsy, Lotus Farmer, and Jadors. And you started a hype train. That is a very consequential thing that you have done there. Congratulations on 500 subs, Harvest, and thank you for the gift subs as well. And thank you for the 100 biddies, Chase. The #1 spot overall? Damn. That is impressive. That is very impressive. It is very impressive. So we're nearing like the halfway point of the movie, right? Like we've got Wickham, we've got Darcy, we know Lizzie is gonna need to fall in love with Darcy at some point, and we are watching like scared. Like all of us are watching this movie kind of terrified about how exactly they're gonna handle trying to make Mr. Darcy unracist so that she can fall in love with him. Hey, Rope Snake, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the fold. If you would like to come join us in the Discord, please feel free to do so. And then Exile, nice. Thank you for the 690 bits. Nice. So yeah, we're all watching it like just in fear because we have no idea how, like, cause they've really kind of gone out of their way to make Mr. Darcy look really bad. Like he looks horrible. Like nobody in their right minds would date him. Like nobody would be even attracted to him with how they've portrayed him thus far in the movie. So I'm sitting here like, are they gonna do some kind of flip? Is she gonna marry Wickham in the end? Like how are they gonna try to make this character appealing to us after all of this? And what they do, so what they do, his first step towards redemption is that he comes to an Indian party and like partakes of their dances. And so he's like, I've been watching for a while and I think I kind of get how to do it if you want to dance with me. So like, she's like, I'll humor you. And we're supposed to be, I guess we're supposed to be like, oh, look at, yes, that one. We're supposed to be like, oh, yay, good for him. He's participating in the local culture really badly, but I guess he's doing, like, he's theoretically not looking down on it. Okay, whatever. So like, that's the last that we see of Mr. Darcy, because after that is when they leave India. It's like the part of the book where they leave Longbourn and go back to London, right? And so the next time that we see Darcy, we're in LA for a wedding, and we're introduced to Mr. Darcy's mom, and Mr. Darcy goes in on him and is like, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to buy a hotel in India because I love it so much, but my like horrible son decided not to buy a hotel in India. And Lizzie's like, oh my gosh, you didn't buy the hotel in India? And he was like, yeah, you showed me that it wasn't smart. And I'm like, okay, so he's not racist anymore because he decided that she was right about the whole imperialism thing. So he doesn't want to buy the hotel anymore, and he decided not to buy it. So I guess that's like the second step on his redemption arc ladder. I'm like, sure. Like, glad he didn't buy the hotel, but like none of this has anything to do with his like horrible opinions about Indian culture, right? So then like after that, they have like a weird little kind of almost falling in love montage, and then he decides to take her out to eat. Okay. I'm still in this frame of mind where I'm like, they're still working on it. They're still working on trying to redeem him, right? He takes her to a Mexican restaurant, and I say like Mexican restaurant because it's like a restaurant that is like definitely in LA at like a major hotel chain, and it has like a mariachi band, and like it's not a real, this is not a restaurant that's run by Mexican people, right? It's a white people Mexican restaurant is what it is. Like, that's definitely what it is. And they're sitting there and they're eating. Hey, congrats on the hype train. Thank you guys for that. Thank you. So they're sitting there and they're eating, and he's eating like, it wasn't a taco, but I do not know what they were eating, so I'm just gonna call it a taco. He's sitting there, he's eating a taco, and she like looks over at him with like flirty eyes, and she says, I never thought you would take me to a restaurant like this. And he like looks at her and is like, yeah, I love places like this. And he like takes a huge bite of his taco. And that's it. He's redeemed. That's it. He ate a taco. He took her to a Mexican restaurant. He's definitely not racist anymore. That is it. That was the last redemption. That's the last time they bring it up. He eats a taco. That's it. I just can't. He ate a taco, and they're like, that's good, that's good. Now you can marry him. Now you can marry this guy. He had like abhorrent, horrible opinions about your country, about your culture, about how women are supposed to be, about how marriages work in India. He had all of these terrible opinions about how like the West was inherently superior, but he ate a taco. So now he's fine, and you can definitely marry him. The redemption taco. That's a full arc. Was the taco hard shell? I don't know. I don't know. How much Bollywood have I watched? I've watched a bit of Bollywood. This one seemed, the thing is that like the way that this one was setting things up, it seemed like it actually wanted to talk about the problem. Like it was like a major plot thread that they had put in every single scene up until like the 1.5 hour mark. And then they were like, we're done. And then they just like never talked about it again. And I'm just like, white people taco night. A Mexican taco solving Indian racism in LA. Sounds even more racist. Oh, and they had a falling in love montage where they went and they danced on the beach in LA, and then a black choir was there. It was the only time we saw any black people in the movie, and there was a black choir singing. Which is just a thing in Bollywood movies. They love black people church choir singing. I like don't understand it, but like definitely that's where they think black people fit in America is the church singing, the singing church black church choir. And I'm like I have so many questions. They have some interesting tropes. The plot resolution can be. Bollywood movies are really fascinating to me in the same way that K-drama, that like I love K-dramas, because like a lot of Bollywood movies just aren't afraid to go and like not stop. Like they're like, this is where the plot's taking me. We're gonna have enough plot to fill 8 movies in this one movie. And like you watch it and you basically watch an entire movie happen in the first 30 minutes, and then it keeps going. Like I love it. It's a wild ride. But I definitely thought that they were going to do something other than this man has eaten a taco and he really, really, really wants to have sex with you, so he's probably not racist. Like, definitely racist people falling in love. Racist people want fetishizing people of another minority culture is like just a thing. And like watching this movie play out, and they're like, they get married in the end, they're actually in love, and I'm just like watching this and like seeing flashbacks of relationships that I've had with people where like that definitely was like, I had a relationship with a racist person who had internalized racism, and sometimes that came out at me. I'm just like, I need this girl to run away. Like, this is not a safe place for her to be. This man has a lot more work that he needs to do. He can't just eat a taco and be done. Oh, man. I hate that kind of thing, Emmy. I hate that kind of thing. The Racism Redemption Choir. An entire season of TV inside 2 hours, or 4. Bollywood movies can be really long. I would, if you ever want just like a kind of a wild ride of a Bollywood movie, I recommend Pyar Impossible. It's really just like an absolutely wild ride from beginning to end. I love it because it's so wild, but might not be for everybody. It's also like 4 hours long. It has an intermission. Is that one movie? Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that movie. That sounds like a good one. Like tacos. All racism is the same. It's fine. Hey, Doherty. What a time to lack context. Sorry, we're talking about a Bollywood movie that I saw that was an adaptation of Pride and Prejudice, and we're talking about how in it, the main character, Mr. Darcy, is presented as like a huge racist guy, and the way that they resolve that to get her to fall in love with him at the end is to make him eat redemption tacos, because if he has eaten a taco, so now he respects other cultures. And so that got us on a whole topic. Maybe later. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The whole what? Snyder? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Sorry. It's fine. What? I can't with superhero movies anymore. It's just that superhero movies, like, I can't unsee how much of my life they want me to invest into this pointless franchise, and I don't want to. I don't want to do it. Like, they're like, we are spending all of this money so that you can just, like, descend into this universe. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't trust any of you. Fuck all y'all. I don't like it. A 22-hour Super Mario Brothers movie cut. Sensory overload for the movie. I can't even imagine. I just like I can't care that much about movies. I don't care enough about superheroes. I'm very cynical, and I don't like it when companies design things to extract a lot of value from me, and it makes me not want to participate. Really. Sorry, closing my door behind there. You've done it, but that's very fair. Oh yeah, definitely, like, no shade to anybody who likes the movies and enjoys them. I just, like, there's only so much that, like, my generosity of I don't like it. That's all. That's all. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with it, but I don't like it. Enough time to provide an in-depth storyline and character development, and they don't continue to exist just because they're popular. There's movement and storytelling. The MCU franchise, it's too much, far too many films. That doesn't sound silly at all. There are far too many because there's just been so many films in such a short span of time, and those films are all of varying quality, and, like, not all of those films have felt like the team behind those films have, like, really cared about the characters or the themes that they were trying to tackle. You know, and, like, all of them have vastly different feels, and, like, we're not straying into any kind of spoiler territory, but, like, they're kind of just all over the place in terms of even if I wanted to keep up with the MCU, like, I don't like all the different kinds of genres of movie that they've kind of dipped into, and I don't want to have to spend an hour and a half or 2 hours, like, absorbed in a genre of movie I kind of hate just to keep up with the grander narrative of, like, the 40-hour storytelling or whatever. It's just not for me. Franchises being designed to endear themselves to your hype train and thusly your wallet. Yeah, barely even movies, just a bunch of action sequences loosely strung together. I haven't seen, like, any superhero movie recently, so I don't even know where they're at. I'd like the last, like, superhero movie that I saw was either Wonder Woman or, like, Age of Ultron. I don't know which one came out more recently. I don't think I've seen any other superhero movies since then. Yeah. You don't want to have to watch a load of other films just to enjoy the story of one of them that looks... Yeah, see, I want to watch WandaVision, but, like... I know I don't have to watch the movies, but I feel like I'm not gonna enjoy it as much if I don't. I just can't. Wonder Woman was 2017. All right, Wonder Woman was probably... Oh, and, like, Black Panther. If Black Panther came out after Wonder Woman, then I watched Black Panther. Age of Ultron. You're enjoying Invincible right now. I just don't care about superheroes anymore. Because like okay, to clarify, it's not, I'm lying. It's not that I don't care about superheroes anymore. I still really like superheroes. I have always liked superheroes for my whole life. Binko sake. Thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. I have always liked superheroes. That's not the issue. The issue is that I'm fucking tired of the cynical. I'm tired of the cynical. I need America to return to the optimism that we had in movies pre-2008 because that's what I want to see. I don't want to immerse myself for 2 hours in a cynical hot take about how if superheroes really existed, their lives would be really hard and the media would hate them / the government would be against them / like they're too powerful and the responsibilities that they hold and Superman doesn't smile anymore and like I don't care. That's not what I go to superheroes for. I go to superheroes for like fun, cool superpowers, maybe some neat ethical dilemmas that resolve in an optimistic way where the superhero shows us what is heroic about humanity as a whole. I don't want to go in and watch a superhero movie and come out of it thinking, yeah, humanity sucks. I don't know why that guy spent that much time trying to save us when we're clearly all worthless. Like I don't like that. But so many movies are like that. And so I just can't watch movies because so many of them are like that. So many, and even when they have optimistic themes at the end, they're still like a cynical trudge to get through. It's like, look at this one person prevail after suffering immensely because of all of the structures in their way. And I'm like, I live that life. I live that. My life is that. I don't want more of that. I'm just, it's fine, but I can't. Oh God. I mean, this is why I can only watch children's movies and like animated movies basically anymore. Is because I'm just like, I want something happy, please. Sorry, scrolling up to catch up to the chat. There's some stories you've seen enough times personally. That's quite fair. That's quite fair. I mean, I'd rather watch the Justice League animated series, honestly. Like, that one was good. Big budget Hollywood stopped in the 80s and you get it. We enjoyed those movies, but you just need a different point of view on the world. You really don't have to watch WandaVision. Yeah. That's what I've heard. You're so picky about what you like in an action superhero film that lots of them just don't appeal. Yeah, I feel that's me. Like, I hate everything's gray, it's brown, it's sad. Like, everything is sad. You dig the different genres so the films don't feel too samey. That's fair. I think that's fair. Pre-2008, some of your favorite films came out in 2007. I have seen Juno. The main reason you like parts of WandaVision is that parts of it was a love letter to American sitcoms. I'm very interested in checking it out. Age of Ultron convinced you to stop watching franchise movies just because they're franchise movies. My Hero Academia, then? All about the smiles. Why can't superhero movies just be Megamind? I need to watch Megamind. Your Marvel exhaustion? I'm glad that some of you are getting where I'm coming from, you know? I'm glad some of you are understanding. Oh, kaiju films? I can see that. Superheroes are suffering magnets with some happiness in between. And like we don't even get the Euphoria montage a lot of the time. Do you remember like back when we were first making superhero movies and at the very minimum we had the Euphoria montage of like, I have superpowers now. Like, it's Spider-Man. Spider-Man has superpowers now and he's gonna go out and like feel powerful and like cool and like swing around and be like, woo! And like, where'd that go? We don't even have that anymore. Static Shock. Yeah. Justice League Animated was really good. It was really good. A lot of background in American television history, and with that, some of it might be lost. That's fair. That's possible. But I don't know. I've like grown. I've never seen these shows, but I've grown up in America, and I've had enough like. I've had enough white people shove it down my throat, basically, because like, you know, like this is how I know anything about Friends or Seinfeld or any of the other, like I Love Lucy, any of the other sitcoms that I've never actually seen, but I just know stuff about them, Will and Grace, because like white people think it's important, so I just absorb that information. If it wasn't so relentlessly horny, I also can't. Well, I'm also on a struggle bus with anime personally, but you know. Are the two that you've watched recently? Other than that, it's tough to get into any more than that these days. I just like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like it. Can anybody remember the last like happy movie that they saw in theaters that wasn't a children's movie? Because I like, am I wrong about, like, is it just that the movies that I'm hearing about and seeing aren't movies that are like not cynical? Like, I just can't think of the last time I watched a movie that wasn't like deeply cynical about some aspect of life. Crazy Rich Asians was pretty good. I didn't see that in theaters though. Did it come to theaters or was it only on Netflix? I don't remember. When was Corona? When did that movie come out? Coronavirus. When did that happen? Oh, time. Superpowered's about students going to school to become certified superheroes. Yeah, right, exactly. Like, there's the balance. Because, like, it's not like I don't want to see people struggling, and it's not like I don't want to see real themes in life addressed. I just don't want, like, utter hopelessness to be the pervasive feeling, you know? Because when you have movies that are like, this superhero is barely managing to make it to saving the day, and only with, like, a colossal amount of casualties on the side, I'm like, what the fuck do any of us have to hope for? Like, what is the inspiring message I'm meant to take away from this? That even somebody who's superhuman can barely survive and thrive in, like, today, this day and age? Thanks. Thank you for that wonderful message. That I'm glad I paid fucking, like, $40 to come to the movies today. Lazy guy, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. The, Crazy Rich Asians was in theaters. Okay, good. Crazy Rich Asians was great. I loved Crazy Rich Asians. I didn't know friendship was invented a couple decades ago. Superpowers. I'll hold that open, because I might want to read that. It's a good... Thank you, Zach. It's just a reflection of the... I mean, it's definitely a reflection of the times, but it's also been, like, 20 years. Like, it's been, for sure, over 10 years. Because, like, basically 2008 happened. Like, 2001 happened, and then 2008 happened, and we were like, guess what we are gonna do? Not be happy anymore. Because nobody wanted to, like... You know, before 2008, all of the movies that were kind of happy were really rooted in that kind of, like... Just like Pride and Prejudice, they were rooted in this kind of, like, blissful ignorance of, like, all big problems can be easily solved quickly. And, like, that's what made them so optimistic, is that they were just like, the bad guy had a change of heart. The person who was racist just needed to make a friend who was brown, and now he's not racist. They all were kind of like, and they were like, look at all of the luxury money, we've got shopping montages, we've got, like, they were very pre-2008. They were very indicative of the, like, rise in false prosperity that we had before the bubble collapse. So that's why it, like, took a completely different tack after 2008, because nobody wanted to hear it when everything was going so wrong. But, like, we just, like, never recovered. We, as a culture, like, we just were like, yeah, let's keep making things sad, and let's make everything longer, let's make movies cost more, and let's go in. The last time you were in a cinema. When was the last time I saw a movie? Oh, I saw Cats. Great. Great! I'm glad Cats is the last movie I saw in theaters. That makes me so happy. Oh, yeah, I saw that movie. I saw that Rebel Wilson movie. I also didn't like it very much, but it was like, I was like, I spent some time with that movie. I wouldn't watch it again. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to anybody, but it's not like I left that movie feeling sad. So, like, that's good enough for me. Oh yeah, isn't it romantic? So it's a lot to sink your teeth into without being too long a series. Nice. Recycled ideas and or tropes. I really can't talk about anime because I just haven't watched it in so long that I just don't even know anymore. I just think that, like, I'm not in the I'm not in like the emotional space to I'm not in the emotional space to get so invested into fictional characters anymore, and I don't know why, but like that's just not a thing that I've got going on in me anymore. And I feel like anime relies on that a lot to get you through things. So if like I'm not in the space where I can emotionally connect to these anime characters for whatever reason, then like I'm not gonna have a good time watching the show, because for me, a lot of the anime that I tend to like tend to be really heavily character driven. And yeah, it's just been like, same reason, like I haven't been able to get into fan fiction. I just haven't been able to like really like get into fandom about anything recently. The closest I have come to is Crash Landing on You, which is the K-drama that I absolutely love and adore. Ruby, I'm watching your Crash Landing on You review. I'm like 45 minutes in. You felt that same way about the live action? Well, like, why would you do that with the Winx? Like, I just don't even understand. Like, with the Winx or like Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which I didn't watch. I heard it was good, but like, why? I don't. Why do we need darker and edgier? I mean, it must be selling because they keep doing it. So it must be selling. I just don't understand. Teenage Bounty Hunters? Oh. 92 Aladdin and the 19 one, they were like night and day. Not against remakes, but actually remake it. Don't try to, scene for scene recreate it. I agree. Cause like there's so much that you could do with a remake that isn't just, this is a response / answer to what Disney, what we already made. So like, let's make that again, but this time let's try to solve the plot holes kind of thing. Like, let's try to like make Cinderella more, or Beauty and the Beast more feminist in the recent Disney live actions, which actually made it less feminist, which is incredible. Like, it's incredible what they did there with the Beauty and the Beast live action. They were like, she's feminist now. And I'm like, actually, like, I'm just like, oh no. I cannot watch Mulan. I can't watch the Mulan. Because I watched, I don't know, if you guys don't know the YouTube channel Sideways is like a musical theory analysis channel, and it's like super approachable. He's really passionate, really engaging. He did a video on Mulan, and like, it broke my heart, and I cannot watch the live action because it will break my heart. It will break my heart to see how badly they did with that. I know it will. I know it will. I feel it. You did like the Sabrina adaptation, you didn't like Riverdale. You'd have maybe caused when people use fictional worlds characters as coping mechanisms young, and as you settle when you're older, it's tough to approach it from a non-escapist point of view? You mean like not being able to connect to the characters in that way? That's fair. I think like I'm able to enjoy lots of stuff without getting invested in the characters in that way. And I think that you might have a point there, Ginger. I can't speak for anybody else, but I know that for me when I was young, part of the reason I was so heavily into like anime and fan fiction and different things like that is because I was definitely escaping my reality. Like I just like had a hard childhood, definitely dove straight into fiction in order to escape that. And now I don't need that anymore, I don't think. And like, it doesn't, far from it being like an escapist thing, it actually like, now that I am a creator myself, it kind of freaks me out for a bunch of different reasons. So like, it's like, that's not a method that I can access anymore. And I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, except that there's a lot of media that's kind of predicated on expecting you to participate in the fandom. Or like when you want to share it with somebody, like the fandom behavior is what is expected. So like as a kind of I guess analogy for this, if this was like 10 years ago and everybody was still watching Sherlock and you wanted to like talk about Sherlock but not necessarily get into the weeds of the fandom, you were gonna have a hard time finding people to do that with online, because it was like, if you're talking about Sherlock, it's because you're in the fandom. You know, it feels like that for me with some things. A particularly good but also happy film that isn't a kid's film. Like, where'd all our rom-coms go? I love rom-coms. Rom-coms are my genre. I love rom-coms. Hey, Stumped, hello! I was really enjoying it, Ruby. I was really enjoying it. Hello, Stumped. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. We are talking about how media has changed over the last, like, 10 to 20 or so years, and how we've kind of ended up with, like, a more cynical... media landscape, and we're kind of just like chatting about that right now. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. They removed the character who moved the entire plot. Yeah. Like, the thing about the live action Disney remakes is that there was a lot that could have gone right there. Like, it's not like the live action Disney remakes were inherently gonna fail, right? I kind of was hoping Mulan was gonna be something good, but they did. But then, how did having more feminism make it less feminist? Oh, yeah, I can definitely explain that about the Beauty and the Beast live action remake. Hang on, I'm gonna keep catching up with chat first. You're like reading 3 books a week to avoid stuff? You're assuming the creators assume the people who grew up with those shows won't relate with that anymore? I definitely think that that's a thing. Like, I think that, like, movie studios test marketed it for a while, and they found that, like, idealism didn't jive with the American public anymore, so they went cynical because we seemed more receptive to that. I just wonder if that's still the case. I just wonder if that's still the case now, because, like, I just don't know. I just don't know. All right. Sorry, I have almost caught up. Yeah, gosh. See, like, Emperor's New Groove is so good. Emperor's New Groove is so good. Hello, Kestrel. You want rom-coms back too? TV gives it more time to develop. I haven't seen any rom-coms on TV. Which ones are you watching? Tell me about them. That's part of the reason I watch so many K-dramas, is because, like, I just want the happy shows. A traditional rom-com edited as a horror film, and a rom-com that is hip to the times. All right, and I don't think that we got... Let me thank Stumped again for the raid. I think I missed it. Stardew Valley! Oh, that sounds like a great time. And it's gonna be good for this stream once we actually start playing, the game. But yeah, so to clarify my point about the live-action Beauty and the Beast remake and how, like, they tried to make it more feminist, but in the process of doing it, they made it less feminist. There's this fun thing where Disney is not understanding the writing of the first movies that they put out. And so, like, if we're like, the two where this is the most obvious are Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast, because these ones are the ones that have the most, like, pop culture, ooh, Cinderella's not a feminist, Beauty's not a feminist situations going on, right? Because, like, everyone's like, Stockholm Syndrome for Beauty and the Beast, and everyone with Cinderella's like, she just sat around and waited to get her man. And I'm like, okay, that is definitely an interpretation that you can take with those. But that's also not really how it's written. So, like, it's a valid interpretation you can make, but that's not what the movie is about. That is an interpretation. And so in, like, our popular consciousness, Cinderella became about a woman who just waits around and then is saved by a guy, and Beauty and the Beast became about a woman who is kidnapped and then falls in love with her kidnapper. Neither are actually that simple, but those are, like, valid takes that they're like, I would kind of say that they're, like, borderline bad faith takes, but, like, it depends on how they're argued and what your points are, right? It's just that a lot of our pop culture criticism is very bad faith because it's pop culture criticism. There you go. So, like, in the Beauty and the Beast live action remake, what they did is they tried to address the fact that, like, they didn't want Belle to be a doormat. They didn't want her to be Stockholm Syndrome. They wanted her to be, like, a real feminist. And so instead of, in the original movie, Belle is definitely a feminist. And she's not, like, screaming that in your face, but she's definitely a feminist. And part of the good thing about the original Beauty and the Beast movie is that she has entered into an agreement with the Beast. So she isn't get kidnapped. She makes a deal with him, and it's like not a good deal, but she makes a deal with him, and then she operates throughout the rest of the movie as though she is enforcing her end of the deal. So from the Belle in the movie's perspective, she is like trapped, but she's trapped because she has made the decision that this is the deal that she wants to make to rescue her father, right? So you know that this is like, that is how she's thinking of it, because there comes a point in the movie where the Beast like really freaks her out, and she's like, all right, I know that we made a deal here, but I'm fucking outie, and she leaves. She doesn't like she doesn't actually feel trapped. She's sticking around because she made a deal. And so first of all, it's like Belle herself doesn't see it as though she's getting kidnapped. She doesn't feel powerless in the situation. She still feels like she has a lot of power. And one of the ways she manifests that is by talking back to everybody. Like, she's not gonna go down and have dinner with the Beast just because she's commanded to. She's not going to talk to the Beast just because he wants her to talk to him. She waits until she is treated with respect, and that's when she is like, okay, now I will come have dinner with you. Now I will talk to you. You're treating me like a human being, and this is where we need to be if we're gonna communicate at all. So like, Belle is like a strong character the entire movie. She's not actually unfeminist. It's just that you can definitely interpret what is happening there as her getting kidnapped and her falling in love with her captor. Like, that's a valid take. It's just not like the only takeaway from the movie, right? Belle wasn't she's one of the strongest older Disney characters. So in the new live action remake, what they did is they took Belle, they made it clear that she was there against her will. And so she spends a lot of the movie like wanting to escape and like being unable to, because even the like household objects are against her. So in the original movie, the household objects were on her side and were like sympathetic to her flaws. In the new movie, the household objects are also going to die if she doesn't rescue the Beast, and they tell her that, so she has the, like, in the original movie, they don't tell her that, like, they're hoping that she's gonna save them, because that puts her into a really uncomfortable position where now she's deciding between living the rest of her life freely and killing an entire palace worth of people. But they do that in the new movie, so, like, first complication, why did they do that? Second complication, now she's actively trying to escape all the time, and they're actively keeping her locked up, so she is actually kidnapped. Like, she is actually trapped here. Third complication, they make the Beast a fucking dick. They make the Beast a fucking dick, and they don't indicate why they fall in love, because now, like, this is a different kind of Belle. She's just angry at him because she's been kidnapped. She's not trying to get him to treat her in any particular way. And in fact, she continues interacting with him as he's actively being disrespectful towards her. Like, the new Beast, for some reason, negs her all the time. Like, he's like, you might read books, but I'm rich and I know way more about books than you do. And it's like, weird. They put in this situation with her mom for no reason that complicates it even further. And then, so ultimately, the effect that has is it takes away all of Belle's agency throughout the majority of the movie, because she's no longer making her own decisions. She's trying to escape and being prevented from escaping. She's interacting with the Beast because he's forcing her to. And then she somehow falls in love with him at some point. Like, it's just like, she's not the same character in the new live action remake, because they wanted to try and address the Stockholm Syndrome thing, and they made it like infinitely worse than it was. Like, because now it's definitely a Stockholm Syndrome thing. Before it was like, you could argue it was. Now it definitely is. It's fine. Hi, Warren. Yeah, the Beast was weirdly not attractive. Like, the Beast was attractive in Beauty and the Beast. Like, let's not mince words here. You had a crush on the Beast. I'm demisexual. I had a crush on the Beast. I didn't like his human self. His human self was horrifying. Yeah. Hi, Warren. You thought Cinderella is stronger when the sisters are conventionally pretty? I think so too. I agree, Smee. Like, the whole, like, you're ugly, therefore you're evil, or you're evil, therefore you're ugly. None of that makes sense. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is definitely fairly cynical. Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist I started watching and I liked it, but I haven't seen much of it yet. But yeah, so I haven't like seen the live action movie in what, like 3 years now. So my memory of it is very hazy, but those are the points that I remember. It's good, but it's hard to watch. Like, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is still a pretty cynical show, actually. Like, it's a rom-com, but it's not like a rom-com, you know? It is part of, it's like, what is it, Watakoi? It's part of that genre of shows where, like, it's meant to be a little painful to watch, and it took me like 4 years to get through that show, and it's Crazy Ex-Girlfriends is really good, but oh my god, is it rough. It does pivot toward optimism, but it only pivots towards optimism in like season 4 or 5. Because I got stuck basically, like, I stopped watching Crazy Ex-Girlfriend the episode that it starts getting more positive. And so when I went back to watch it, I was like, oh, I can actually finish watching it. This is great. But yeah, getting through the first three-ish seasons, I feel like, something like that, was rough. Green for nature. Green for nature, let's make it happen. There we go. The ugliness in the Stepsisters was more supposed to be internal. I mean, the ugliness in the Stepsisters is just a thing that the Disney movie came up with, so that's definitely... It's definitely a Disney, like... I guess it's also kind of a fairy tale thing, like you have the ugly old witch hag situation, or you've got the woman who's old and envious of Snow White's youth. Like, you do have stuff like that, but... Yeah. Alright, enjoy yourself, Emmy. Funny but painful to watch, like Arrested Development. No. Like, it's the kind of painful to watch where, you're watching somebody destroy their life repeatedly over time, and every time you have hope that they're not going to destroy their life, it pivots on you and it destroys their life worse than you could have even imagined. Kind of painful. Like, it's just one of those shows where it's like, it gets worse and worse and worse, and you're just like, oh God, no, please don't do that, please don't, oh God, you're doing it, oh God, that's so horrible. Like, it's that kind of show. In the beginning, it's a lot. Alright, bye, Smee! Thanks for hanging out. The wicked stepsisters in the original story, not ugly. You guys are right, though. Cinderella is another one. Like, I actually, man, this really upset me because, like, I watched Cinderella when I was like really, really young, right? And then I was listening to people talk about Cinderella and I heard the point come up like Cinderella is actually a feminist story if you go back and rewatch it. And I went back and rewatched it as like a teenager and like Cinderella's a really great story. Like the original Disney movie, it's a little boring with the songs, but like the themes of that story, the morals of that story, universal. Like, I don't feel like they're that heavily gendered. Like, I feel like Cinderella is a character anybody can really look up to. I don't feel like that was a movie targeted just for girls or anything, like so many movies ended up being in, like, the 90s and stuff like that. Like, Cinderella is just an admirable person. Because she's, like, a person who is in an abusive situation and she bides her time and she does her best to, like, find happiness where she can because she's in this situation where she can't escape safely yet. So she works to keep herself mentally healthy and to find things that make her happy and to find escapism where she can. And she doesn't go to the ball to try and marry the prince. She goes to the ball because she wants to go to the fucking ball. Like, she's just like, I just want to have a nice night and go to the fucking ball. I just want to enjoy my goddamn life. All right? She's trying to make that happen however she can, despite the fact that she's trapped in this situation. And like that kind of strength of character to keep up, to take care of herself so much in a situation where she's being actively abused and like treated terribly and demoralized, but to keep trying to have that strength of character in herself and carry her through and like try to find those moments of happiness. Like that's very powerful. That's very powerful. That's a really great theme. That's also like a theme that I'm not seeing that much in many movies. Like that's a kind of a niche theme. It's just that like, hey, try to make it through, be a good person, and like your circumstances will probably change somehow, you know? Disney Cinderella is really old. Mr. Right starting Anna Kendrick. Sounds like I'm not watching that movie. I could not begin to laugh at Rebecca's bad choices. Like, the whole time, Rebecca and Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, I was just like, girl, I need you to stop because this is stressing me out. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm just not a person who can laugh at like other people suffering in any capacity, even if it's meant to be humorous, even if it's just like a lighthearted prank. I just like can't. I'm bad at that kind of humor. Pink! Yeah. And like again, there's tons of really valid issues that you can have with like Disney and Beauty and the Beast and Cinderella. Like I'm not saying that those movies are like beyond criticism. It's just that how we've come to think of them in pop culture is like this extremely reductionist view that has more to do with the symbology. Like I would say that the arguments against Cinderella and Belle and all of those don't actually have to do with the movies. They have to do with the brand image of Cinderella and Belle. They have to do with the princesses that were put on little girls' backpacks and put on little girls' makeup vanities and the princess dresses and all of those things. Like I think that's where people started getting the conception of like Disney princesses are reductive because their images were used in this branding, and like it was all about like being girly and not about the different kinds of character values and traits that all of the Disney not all of them, but most of the Disney princesses show. Like most of the Disney princesses show just a lot of admirable characteristics that you would indeed want your child to aspire to. But not in their like marketing when they're trying to sell products. So when they're trying to sell products, you just want to buy, they just want to sell you them. Cheers, Roni. Yeah, Always Sunny is almost definitely a no. So you can collect your strength. It's a lot. Let's talk about Snow White. What about Snow White? I haven't watched Snow White in a long time. If you're talking about like wanting to talk about the original stories of Snow White, I just hang on. I'm grabbing my Switch. I don't see how there's like we all know that the original stories behind all the Disney princess things were messed up. We all know that. You do like Snow White and Rose Red Grimm's versions? I don't actually know which one you're talking about because the German version of Snow White that I know of doesn't have a rose red in it. So I'm not sure which version you're talking about. Schneewittchen. You started your desktop crowdfund today for Autism Month? Ah, congrats, Ginger. We're magical girl warriors who represented a virtue. Cinderella was hope, Snow was kindness, Belle was wisdom. That's amazing! Why haven't they made a Disney Princess Magical Girl show? I'd watch the shit out of that. I'd watch the shit out of that. Pitch that to Disney. An unrelated story. Oh, okay. Schneewittchen? Und Rosenrot? No. Well, I definitely for sure remember the German version of the story that I've read not being about that, but that doesn't mean that there's multiple versions of all, like, their folktales that were handed down throughout the centuries. So there's multiple versions. Definitely the Schneewittchen that I read did not have to do with that, but a lot of Disney princesses kind of show what being strong looks like for people in certain circumstances. Yeah, they really do. Like, and like that's kind of one of the things that's like the most frustrating, is that a lot of the Disney princesses showcase a strength that has always been in our culture coded as feminism or feminine. And there was that period of time, second wave feminism, I think, where like the goal was to be to live up to the masculine versions of strength and whatnot, to prove that like women can do it too. And so we were trashing a lot of the original versions of more feminine strength, because it was considered reductive and like taking us back. And then in third wave feminism, that's where we got more of the feminism, like the feminine, the stuff that we've coded as a society as feminine is just as like valid and important as the stuff that we've coded as masculine, and like leading in a feminine way should be okay. Like showing strength in a feminine way should be okay. God, man, it's wild to think that we had only just gotten to that when I was in college. It's wild. We were still stuck on maybe feminine things can be as okay as masculine things. Never mind, like maybe feminine and masculine is like not a useful way to split up character traits that belong to like that can belong to anybody. Like it's fine. Hi, Plastic Ape. Titus and Yuna? Schneewittchen? I had always heard that she was Schneewittchen, not Schneeweißchen. I've never heard of Snow White as Schneeweißchen. Yeah, she was Schneewittchen for me, but I don't know. The Snow White story that I read also like basically had nothing to do with the original, with like what Disney thinks Snow White is. From my understanding, Disney used the Perrault, the French, the version that was told to French female nobility is the one that Disney went with. So the German version of Cinderella, which is like Aschenputtel, and like the German version of most of the stories didn't get told because they like generally speaking were a little bit more dark. Is it a dialect thing? It could be. I have a southern German accent, so like instead of saying ich, I say ich. So like ch for me is sh. So Schneewittchen could be a thing, but like for me, the Schneewittchen that I saw was a T, CHEN. It wasn't an S set. So like it was Snow Witch. That was her name. Or not like Snow Witch because Hexa means witch, but like you know what I mean. That is. That's the one that I got. That's the one I grew up with. Southern, like, nope. Not sure what that is. Not sure which, is that like a region? Ah, got it. No, I don't think that I'm from that. I don't know. I'm from closer to France, basically. Like, if you know where Trier is, if you know where Trier is, that's around where my family is from. It's like often like really close to the border with France kind of situation. But hi, how do I feel about Titus and Yuna? like, I fully get why Yuna's into Titus. Like, it makes complete sense for her to be into Titus. I don't like Titus that much as a character. He's fine. He's just like, as a narrative designer, I just like, he's fine. But like, I completely understand why Yuna likes him, because like with how the story is set up, and like if you like pretend to be Yuna and you think about like living her life growing up and then having Titus come into her life with all these completely different ideas about the ways that the world could work, like I completely understand why she just falls for him hook, line, and sinker. That makes complete sense to me. She definitely deserves better than him though, but like it, you know, she fell in love. Baden-Württemberg? I don't know where exactly that is. To be honest with you guys, I am like pretty much only familiar with the region that my family is from. I haven't spent a lot of time in the other areas of Germany, with the exception of Berlin, where like I have another family member who lives there. Why are German stories so dark? You know, I think, and like this is just like, so I'm like half German, I'm mixed, and like so I have like a mixture of American and German culture in me, and like that has kind of comes out really weird. I think like in my opinion, I think that like German culture as a whole doesn't hide from a lot of stuff the way that American culture does. Like Germans just kind of lay everything out there. Like, we don't, like, coddle kids. Sorry. They don't, there's no child coddling. There's not a lot of child coddling. There's not a lot of, like, sheltering from the realities of the world. Like, Germans are very much like, haha, life sucks. That's why you party hard and work hard. Like, because life just sucks. So, yeah. Germans, like, we have this, like, particular sense of humor about, like, we just have a very dark sense of humor. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. I kind of think that, like, German families, with the way that children's stuff is set up, it's, like, set up to basically traumatize kids young and, like, get them familiar with how the world works, so that as they grow up, they don't have that experience of like their safe childhood bubble being popped, because actually the world is a lot worse than I thought it was. And like, I think we have that here, and I think that like that makes a worse society in general, to like raise children in like a bubble where they're protected and the world is really nice, and then kick them out into the world and have them slowly over time, depending on their life experiences, maybe find out that the world isn't as good as they thought. Because like them being sheltered in that way, especially if they come from a family, like a position of privilege, if they're really rich, or like their family is really nice and stable, or they're like super white living in an all white town or something like that, you're just gonna come out with like a completely different understanding of the world as somebody who didn't, you know, who had to get their bubble popped early because they're like a black man, and like when they were a teenager they had to be careful not to get arrested by cops for looking the wrong way at a police officer, or being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or scaring a white person into calling the police, right? So like I think that the like bubble that we encourage kids to live in America, I don't necessarily know that it's a good thing, and I think that's kind of why Germany is like that a little bit. Is it better? Don't fucking ask me. It's different. Yuna's arc is incredible. When the options are Titus or Seymour, I'd go with Titus too. Yeah, we're just chatting right now. I can definitely play the game, but I'm enjoying the conversation that we're having. They were split up into states and had wars going on constantly. Germany is mostly landlocked. I mean, the whole reason that we have the Brothers Grimm's fairy tales is because it was right after the, like, I guess nation of history's complicated, but it was like right after like the concept of Germany as like a group of people, as like a nation, a nationality together existed. And so the Brothers Grimm were tasked with going around Germany collecting stories to try and create a sense of national identity. So like they went around to collect these stories and like make a definitive version of all these stories that everybody could gather around and be like, this is German culture, we are united by this. So Germany's also really young. Like Germany's like Germany as we know it is like what, like 150 now? Like it's like pretty young, and it's had a really turbulent, awful history as well. And even before Germany as a nation was formed, really turbulent, intense history. Like just a lot of like Germans just have been run through the ringer nonstop, and that is reflected in a kind of all aspects of their culture a little bit. That's fair, Yellow Ring. And like when you get your bubble popped like that, I think it ends up more traumatizing than if you grew up with kind of the understanding that like the world can be like dangerous. Like I think that's kind of the point of the children's stories, is that they're wanting their kids to know that the world is dangerous, and they're both like, and again, I'm speaking more for my own family. I can't say that this is how all German culture is. I'm just going off of like my own family's interactions that I've seen, but like it seems like it's more of a thing where like, I'm gonna scare you with this children's story, and then I want you to like learn how to overcome that fear on your own. And that's like a lesson, that's like a fundamental lesson of childhood, kind of, is that like things are scary, things are dangerous, like it is stressful out there, and you're gonna have to figure out a way to cope with that one way or another, because that's gonna be what the world is. So like you can see that in microcosm in a lot of different ways, but then at the same time there's all these like warm, positive aspects of German culture that like we completely lack. Like the family structure, again, I can only speak for my own, but like family is a lot more important. Relying on your community is a lot more important. And I'm from a small village, so take that with a grain of salt as well. Like community is probably more important in a small village in Germany than it is in a big city. But like there's a lot of like pride in the sense of like being interrelational. One time my mom explained it really well. She was like, Japanese and German culture is actually pretty similar. And so like when I became really fascinated by Japanese culture, my mom was just like, that makes sense, because she's just like, it's just a different expression of German culture. It makes sense that she's fascinated by this. And yeah, so like the sense of like interrelational like dynamics affecting everything from your own personal responsibilities to like society as a whole, to other people, like to like the cleanliness of things. Like it affects a lot, is what I'm saying. And like I guess people don't really hear about that part of German culture, because all people hear is the Dach, 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 and like Nazis and like maybe soccer, and like that's what people get. And they think of Germans as like really scary, hardworking, pragmatic, scary people. At least like from talking to people, that's been their impression of Germans. And I'm like, Germany has a really warm culture, and you know, that's just not what gets transmitted in the media, so Americans don't know. Teaching a children a lesson through a fictional story. A lot of fables and stuff have that in mind too. That's the April Fools. April Fools. No stream. No video game. To safely introduce their child to the reality of the current world. I would agree, Ginger. I think that is important. I don't think most people in Germany come out with lifetime mental illness from having like really terrifying children's stories. Like the one that you're talking about, Violet, the thumb slicer. I don't remember the actual name for it, but there was like the thumb slicer, and there was also a guy who there was both a kid whose fingernails wouldn't stop growing because he told a lie, and also a creepy like folklore creature human thing who has really long fingernails that he can control and use them to like reach around corners and like tickle people on the neck. Like it's just like lots of creepy things. And I was introduced to that kind of stuff as a kid, and that's not what traumatized me. My you know, there's other things that traumatized me, but the stories weren't it. Push it all down, don't talk. Yeah, that is also very common. My grandparents were like that too. They didn't really talk about their feelings very much. They expressed it through action. Again, very similar to Japanese culture. My grandparents were acts of service people rather than words people. It's one of those things like when I went to Germany, people there feel like Americans are fake because we smile so much. Because in Germany, people only smile when they're happy. They don't smile to put other people at ease or to look friendly or to be comfortable, which is probably another reason that German people have this stereotype as being like really severe and austere and what the fuck ever. It's because like German people will smile when they're happy. They won't smile just to like people please. Or at least that's how Germans see it. They're like, Americans like lie about their feelings all the time and it's weird. Why do they do that? So, you know. Sounds like heaven. Oh, you just wanted to be able to... Oh, that's fair. That's very fair. That would be nice. It's the basics for Pinocchio? I got no idea, actually. I have no idea if that's the basis for Pinocchio. They're not wrong! We do that. Like, Americans do totally smile just to put other people at ease or to, like, get away with things. Or, like, we're really passive. We've just inherited so much passive aggression from British culture. We're just like, okay, Karen, please go sit down. Yes. Oh my God, I'm so excited to get together. Yes. Oh my God, yes. I know. Yeah. No, my vacation was amazing. Yeah, I'm so glad to be back at work though. It's great. Like, we're like that. Therein lies their communication. That's a cultural thing though. That's a cultural interpretation of it. Whether their communication or lies is a cultural, is based on what you culturally think a lie is. No one gave you fake attitude when you lived in Tokyo and you came back to America and it was hard to readjust to all the smiling. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know, that's why, like, we've got that whole thing where it's, like, people telling women to smile is weird. It's because that's not a thing in other places. Like, people don't... I mean, they might, but, like, in at least in Germany, like, I've never been told to like, pretend to be happy to help other people feel more, like... That, like, that's just it. Like, it's a weird concept. Different than what? What do you mean? Which difference are you talking about there? Oh, why Canadians are so different? Canadians are so different from Americans? Canadians are not that different from Americans. It's probably the Cornish. I smile a lot, but I also, like, I'm a person who smiles a lot. I smile a lot. My, like, default coping mechanism is humor. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when bad things happen, I cope with humor and with giggling. So, like, smiles are kind of my default, even when I feel uncomfortable. Americans in terms of politeness. Canadians can be really mean. It's like the same thing, like, people think that British people are really polite, and, like, they think that, like, people think that the average American and the average British person are very different in terms of, like, our aggression and our violence and shit like that, and we're not that different. If you go to England, like, it's America better in some ways and worse in other ways. Like, we're very similar, which makes sense. Oh, management telling you to smile more. That's fair. In the food industry, smile more so people will buy more of our food. More polite social rules than Americans. Huh. You feel like we're pretty similar up here. It's just a weird stereotype. I mean, it's like people more polite in the USA than in Canada. Like I said, I think it's just about who you run into. In my experience, Canadians, well, no, that's because I went to a city. In my experience, like, Canadians and Americans are fairly similar, and Americans and British people are fairly similar. And, you know, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, we're all kind of, like, our histories are really connected in a lot of ways. Yeah. So, anyways, that, like, this is part of the reason why, like, this is part of the reasons why a lot of the time I talk about American culture and, like, I discuss it and I talk about it kind of from a, like, from the I'm mixed, right? I could talk about it from the perspective both of kind of being American, but also I was raised very not American. Like, I was raised with a lot of different cultural values than most Americans are, and, like, it's fine, but also, like, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, like, now that there's all these, not now, but, like, as all these problems continue to erupt and we're seeing, like, cascading effects and people are like, why is it like this? And I'm like, because your culture is like this, because your culture emphasizes this. So this is why, like, why aren't Americans wearing masks? Because our culture emphasizes individual responsibility and basically encourages people not to think about the effects of their actions on others. That's why. That's why, because American culture, a lot of it privileges the individual over the collective. So if you want that to change, you have to change the culture fundamentally. It's fine, but that's always kind of why I'm like, maybe one day I'm just gonna leave America. Because I'm like, wow, American culture, it's a lot. Canadian politeness is very backhanded. That's the thing about, like, the countries that are supposed to be known for being polite. Y'all are not polite. Y'all are mean. And it's like, it's even weirder because, like, you all have noticed this, but I'm so German that I basically talk about anything. And, like, I'm not inclined to sugarcoat things, and I just, like, state my fucking opinion. Even if sometimes my opinion comes off as aggressive. You know, there's a lot of these, like, cultural intersections, I guess, where, like, I feel out of step with American culture a lot of the time because there's so much of American culture that I'm just like, this makes no sense. Like, why are you doing it this way? Why can't everybody, why can't we just answer, like, if I were to ask my German family, if I were like, hi, how are you? They would just tell me the answer. They wouldn't, like, it's fine. It's just, like, there's a lot, like, I'm very blunt and I'm direct and I'm straightforward, and that's, like, a part of the culture that I was raised with, and it doesn't make sense to me really to not do it in that way, but it interacts poorly at times with American culture because I seem really aggressive because I'm just open about, like, how I feel and think about a lot of things. And, like, depending on the context of the conversation and, like, depending on who I'm talking to, like, whether they come with certain cultural or, like, gender-based biases about how I should or should not be behaving, it takes people aback and makes them weird. It's just a lot. Hey, I've grown up with various aspects of etiquette systems. Is there anything that bugs me about German? There's a lot. there's a lot, but like for one thing, German culture is still a lot more patriarchal than American culture. That's like why if I was to move away from America, I wouldn't move to Germany. Germany's pretty racist. Germany's really still very patriarchal, like being a working woman over there is like still kind of a radical concept. And maybe it's changed recently. I haven't been back to Germany in recent times, but like it's still expected that like you're supposed to get married and have kids and become a housewife kind of thing. That's probably my biggest, there's a lot, but like that's probably my biggest one because like I'm never gonna live in Germany while that's a thing. Let me type that here. I'm back. Hi, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Isn't Europe in general pretty racist? Yes. Yes, yes. How are you with I'm well and you no matter what? Thank you for waiting. Thank God I have an SSD for my hard drive. Like, thank God my computer can restart quickly. Anyway, we're back chatting. I don't know why my computer blue screens only when I'm streaming, but it does. I don't know why my computer is like this. It's just been having problems. Got it. That makes a lot of sense, Violet. Yeah. And there's so much like that's like one of the things that I don't like about American culture is that like cuz like it's definitely not the same at all, but like in America, like there's just a lot of situations with that like give me a lot of social anxiety because I have no idea what the cue is. Like I mean, you guys have spent time on my stream, right? I don't shy away from talking about heavy conversation topics because like why would you? I just like that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that a conversation has to be inherently stressful just because the topic can be stressful, right? That's like a really I don't know if it's just an American perspective or what, but like that, or if it's like where I live or it's the people around me or like the kinds of people I grew up with. Like, I don't know what that is, but like it's a thing where people are weird about talking about certain kinds of topics because like, I guess bringing up the very topic stresses them out. And there's just like a lot of moments where I'm like, I can't read if like I'm doing something wrong here. Like, I can't read if, like, this person feels like I'm, like, a Debbie Downer because of what we're talking about. Like, I just, like, there's tons of moments where I'm just, like, I don't understand what is expected of me because, like, I don't understand what you all want me to do. And I also, like, that could be an American culture thing. It could also be a white culture thing. Like, I just don't know. Convo can be stressful. You're pre-stressed. Conversations can be pretty stressful for me. American conversational cultures, older dialects expect you to work your way up to a comfort level of actually discussing the thing at hand. Yeah, like, what the fuck is that? I'm not gonna spend my time, like, what? I just, like, what? Like, what? I just, like, but, like, it's... Okay, sorry, I had to calm down because my words in my head were going too fast. Why? Like, it's fine, but, like, I guess that's another area where Germans are considered more pragmatic, because it's like, why would you bullshit around with, like, Germans don't really small talk. I can't, like, remember a time. Like, we just go into it. It's like, oh, hi, how are you doing? How are you enjoying your stay in America? Or how are you enjoying your stay in Germany? Yeah, it's really different than America, right? What do you think is so different about it? Oh, that makes sense. Let's dive into that cultural aspect. Like, it's just not the... I I don't know, like, people just don't take conversation personally in that. Like, it's not meant to be a statement about you. And, like, even disagreeing with ideas is different between American and German culture. And, like, that's the thing that's really hard for me a lot of the time. Because, like, I was raised with, like, if you're talking about, like, if you're having a conversation, it's normal to be able to emote about what you're talking about. Like, you can emote about the ideas you're talking about. You can show passion. You can care. You can get worked up. And people aren't going to take that personally. They're not going to think that, like, unless you make it personal. But, like, if you're just getting like me, like I do all the time, if I'm just passionately talking about a subject, people aren't going to feel like I'm attacking them or talking down to them or like they're gonna recognize that that's not about them. It doesn't have anything to do with them. Like, it's not, like, sometimes the individualism of America, like, shoots the moon and comes back and becomes this myopic thing where it's like, now it's all about me. And I'm like, it's not about you. I feel passionate about this topic outside of anything that you have done during this conversation. And, like, I'll get heated discussing a topic because the topic makes me upset, not because I'm angry at you. And I don't feel the desire or need to, like, modulate my emotions to make you more comfortable. That's, like, just not a thing. It's fine, but, like, so there's all these moments when, like, I can register based off of the awkwardness of the people around me that I've probably broken some kind of social rule. But, like, I don't know what I have, and I don't know if these people think that that's bad, or if that means that they don't like me, or if it's, like, refreshing for them, or, like, if I've bungled a job because I talked about something I wasn't supposed to. Like, just none of that. Like, I just, like, have no sense for what Americans think is, like, okay to talk about, and it, like, frustrates me. It frustrates me. Because I'm just like, I should be allowed to say whatever I want and not have it, or not say whatever I want, but I should be allowed to talk about things and not have it be, like, an affront to you personally. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Got a small talk? No, I don't. Who's got the spoons to lead up to a topic? After substitute teaching, you ran out of energy to hide negative emotions. The person is more important than what you want. I mean, I can see that. I can see showing respect for the person that you're talking to, but I guess it's just that in Germany, you do that in a different way. You show respect for the other person in a different way, not by, like, fake ass small talking with them. Like, I don't know. And it makes things a lot easier overall. Like, again, this is like this whole conversation is such a generalization, but it makes things a lot easier overall because then you know what people are intending by talking to you generally because they're just like, they just say it. It's fine. Emotion bad, Cara. I clearly, I don't know if that's an American thing as much as it is a white culture thing. Because there's lots of Americans who, like, don't partake in white culture who, like, there's a lot of commonalities between German culture and black culture I've noticed, which is great. You hate when you tell someone about a problem you're having and they're like, well, I can't help you with that. That's fair. It's about culture clash more than anything. It's not that they're upset at you as much as unassuming that you're breaking social mores and so are being rude. I have no idea. Like, I can't tell because guess what? White people don't tell you when they're upset. So, like, if I'm breaking social codes, nobody fucking tells me. It pisses me off. It pisses me because, like, friends will, like, 3 years after I've befriended someone, they'll be like, yeah, Cara, when I first met you, you did something wrong. And I'm like, bitch, why didn't you just bring it up? Just bring it up. It's fine. I just, like, don't understand it. It's so weird here. It's so weird. I can't handle it. Plastic ape, that's how I feel. But again, I think that's not, like, I think that's just not a common perspective here. Wasp culture. It's not, well, it's not fair because it's, like, the defining culture in America. Like, it would be less of an issue if, like, white culture wasn't the defining culture in like corporations and jobs, because now it's like, have I fucked up networking? Like, God, I remember there was fun time. This was in August. So this was back when like everybody was really caring about racial inequality, right? And I prefaced this conversation with that because it is about a bunch of people being racist and shitty towards me. But like, I joined a networking thing to try and network with other game devs, and I got put into a group with all white, but also all female devs. And it was like awesome because I was like, oh my God, a room full of like all girl game devs. This is like, it was like randomly matching people up. So I was like, it's awesome that this is the situation here. And like, we were all really excited, and they started talking about cottagecore, and I was like, hey, like, you know, I don't really like cottagecore because like it takes a lot of cues from oh God, what is the aesthetic called? I'm forgetting the name of the aesthetic, but it takes a lot of cues from, the antebellum South. It takes a lot of cues from the antebellum South, and the antebellum South is when racism, like when slavery was a thing, when slavery was like actively happening, and there's a lot of nostalgia in cottagecore, like it overlaps really heavily with the antebellum South. And I was talking to these women about it, and I was trying to explain to them that like, I'm from Europe, and like, I also have studied architecture, and cottagecore is not it's not fucking European. It's fine, but it's not fucking European. And like a bunch of white people think it's European. It's not. It's antebellum South. It's fine. It's fine. If cottagecore makes you happy, it's fine. For me, it doesn't make me happy because all of the visual cues in it bring me back to a very specific period of history, and I can't help but feel like that period of history isn't for me. And there's a lot of like black people out there trying to reclaim cottagecore for themselves. Like, it's a whole complicated thing, but for me, cottagecore is not for me. It's not relaxing. It stresses me out, right? I don't know if it's fine. It's not fine. But so like in this conversation, that's all I said. All I said was like, oh, you know, cottagecore is not for me because it kind of like, you know, antebellum South reminds me of slavery, so it's not really my thing. And they were like, actually, I'm pretty sure it's European. And I was like, I am European and it's not, and I can tell you that definitively. And she was like, well, I like studied in the South, and there's like no houses that look like that there. And I'm like, okay, well that's great, but that doesn't make the actual cues that cottagecore is based off of different. And for the literal next 20 minutes in that call, those 6 white women were just yelling at me. They were just yelling. Like, I must have triggered some fucking nerve by taking away their precious cottagecore that was like their escapist fantasy, and they got pissed at me, and they just yelled at me for the next 20 minutes. They told me that like, I must not actually know anything about Europe, I don't actually know anything about history, I don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know anything about the geography of the United States, I'm wrong about everything. And like, if they disagreed with me and they were like, actually, like, I think there's real reasons that this isn't just the antebellum South, I would have been open to it, but they weren't doing that. They were just screaming at me, telling me that I must not know what I definitely know. They weren't like providing arguments in response. They were just telling me I was wrong. And so it's like moments like that where I'm just like, I don't, like, clearly I did something so socially wrong that I ended up getting attacked for 20 minutes straight, right? I did something wrong, but like for me, oh, hang on. Pumpkin. Huh? Hey, Pumpkin, you're not gonna do that here. Hey. Thank you. Sorry. Pumpkin was about to take a shit on my bed. She was about to poop on my bed. That's what happened there. I looked over and I was like, no. We're all good. Anyways, I don't remember where I was at in the story, but the story's over now. People will be acting all angry or sad about things and won't tell you what you did. Yeah, they do that, Violet. Like, why? Is WASP culture supposed to be like the preppy high school cliques? Can't explain that more fully in a hot second. Though, yeah, WASP culture became like the dominant culture in America. But a lot of preppy culture is very much WASP culture as well. The word fine means something else here. The word fine means I have no choice but to accept this. I did blow up their entire universe. Aunt Abella. So they felt attacked. It sounds like we have some broken social norms. Yeah, that's like, it makes it so, like, it's fine, but like, in punishing me for breaking that social norm, they were like that was just a heavily racial conversation. Like, I was the only person of color. I was the only person who brought up an opposing perspective of, hey, maybe the antebellum South is associated with slavery because that's fucking when the antebellum South was. That is the period of time that is. And they attacked me, and like, it became a racially charged moment, even though I'm sure for that, like, for them, that's not what was going through their heads. They were just like, you're wrong. But like, it's a microcosm of so many different moments I've had as a child growing up in like ways that people are trying not to be racist, but they're being very racist in the moment, where like, and maybe they don't even realize that what they're doing is racist, but maybe screaming at the only person of color who is trying to tell you that the thing that you like has associations with slavery, and screaming at them, telling them that they're wrong, but providing no evidence about why they're wrong, might be a little bit like racially charged when you reflect back on it. Maybe a little. I'll have to poop on Zech's head. WASP culture is another word for colonialism. Kind of, like, yeah, you could argue that. There's probably some like scholars who'd make a difference with it, because like, you can definitely have like, there are a lot of different cultures that have taken part in colonialism rather than just white Anglo-Saxons. But most of it is white Anglo-Saxons, like 90%. So then I lost the value of being there for networking. They took my time. They not only took my time, I never went back to that networking place. Because immediately afterwards, I had another really horrible fucking run-in with another white woman, surprisingly. All the men that I talked to, like, well, not like in that moment, like, at least they weren't actively racist to me. They definitely didn't listen to anything that I said, but I'm used to male colleagues being like that. Like, they only talk to each other, and then I would say something, and then they would talk to each other more, instead of engaging with me. But, like, I think that I would prefer being ignored over, like, this experience that I've now had multiple times, which is, like, entering some kind of all-woman group that's like meant to be really supportive, and sometimes even with like many other POC involved, and like many other like queer marginalized identities involved, and getting fucking shredded because I did something that broke a social norm that I didn't realize was a thing. And, like, I express that I didn't know that was a thing, and, like, I apologize, and I say that I will, like, obey it moving forward, and I still get ostracized and, like, kicked out. And, like, this has happened multiple times. It's just happened multiple times. Throughout my whole lifetime. Like, it's just a weird dynamic that can happen, and every time it really is very painful. Because you have, like, for however long you're in that group, whether it's an hour, a day, a week, a month, a year, you're in that group and you're feeling like you have this safe place to be yourself, and then all of a sudden you find out you don't actually have that. You're only allowed to stay in this group as long as what you say is acceptable to what we think the world is. And if you have any ideas, if you have any differing opinions, we're gonna kick you out, we're gonna ostracize you, we're gonna take away the support from you because you're not falling into line with what we want. That's what people mean by white feminism, by the way. And it's not just white women who do that. It's like a whole thing on its own, and like people of color can also do white feminism, but like it's a whole thing. They decided they preferred keeping their love for cottagecore unconditional to like respecting you. Yeah, no, definitely. This toxic, aggressive culture of trying to simultaneously say they're most oppressed, but there's no oppression anymore. Man. You rocked the boat and got... I'm sorry, Yellow Ring. Hey, Ethankuer! Anything you say will make it fall apart. There's like a ton of different reasons for it, and I think part of a contributing thing for it is the cultural difference. And like this is why I say that it sucks that white culture is the default culture in organizations, because if you operate via different cultural norms, like even in black culture, it's like black culture is similar to and again, I'm so generalizing here. Please, you know, understand that I am generalizing. Please be generous with this, understanding that. But like black culture is the same way as German culture, where like there's a lot more like, if you're mad, you're just mad. And if you're happy, you're just happy. And like it's not about the other person. Like we're not gonna pretend here, we're not gonna pretend to have other emotions or whatever. That like, why would you do that? That's also a thing in black culture. And so like I'm experiencing this, who knows whether it's because I'm black or whether it's because I'm German, but it's a cultural difference that's happening because white culture doesn't accept that. And then that's why you get so much friction in workplaces where like they're hiring black employees and like people of color, and they're like, please come in. Like, we want to make our organization more diverse. We want to make it more friendly to black people. We want to have more black people in this field. We want to like have proper representation. And you go in there to work there and you get fucking demolished. Like there's no support. That's why black people are like, there's no support once you go into these organizations, because you get punished for not assimilating into the white workplace culture, for not smiling and being friendly. And like, if you're gonna be aggressive, you're gonna be so passive aggressive about how aggressive you are. Like if you're gonna address a conflict, it has to be coded in like 99 smiles, and like you have to hand someone a lollipop when you're done. Like it's so like expressing that you're actually frustrated or angry is bad in like a white workplace. Like it's seen as unprofessional. It's not seen as like a sign of you being passionate. It's not seen as you expressing your emotions. It's seen as an attack. It's seen as you being aggressive. And so suddenly black people, and black women especially because of the intersection of sexism, are being perceived as aggressive. They're being perceived as hostile. They're being perceived as attacking in the workplace. And it's because there's a cultural difference there. And these white organizations are not listening to the people of color that they're hiring to help them change their workplace culture to make that a way that people are allowed to behave. So instead, black people have to learn how to fucking code switch when they go to work and have to operate within the confines of like white culture's cultural norms if they want to be seen as truly professional, and that's fucking racist. It's stupid and racist. So hopefully that all makes more sense to people now. Like white culture is such a norm. It's one of the reasons I bring up white culture a lot, because it's seen as the normal way to do things, and it's not. It's white culture telling everybody how that all should be. And people have to agree with it if they want to rise up and be professional and get promoted and all that shit. It's a whole thing. So now. Oh, nice, Mysterio. Okay, scrolling up. I like can't. White fragility is what you're talking about up there, Violet, when you're talking about like, you can't talk about how a thing a white person likes is racist, because then they're gonna feel like you're calling them racist. That's like such a thing. And it's so, like, God, the amount of energy that I have spent in my fucking life having conversations with white people about race, I can't. Well, I can. I do it. I sign up for that work. Because I know not everybody wants to do it, and I know that I'm good at it, but like, oh my God. Which racial ethnic culture should be seen as a norm? I don't think that any of them should be seen as a norm. I don't think that any of them should be seen as a norm. And like that's the thing. That's it. There shouldn't be like one culture shouldn't define it for everybody and force everybody else to assimilate into that culture in order to gain economic mobility. From helping the other person to avoiding uncomfortable and tough situations for yourself. I would agree with that, Ginger. I think that there's like that's definitely just like a pitfall of the norm of hiding your feelings, is that it can make people really distanced from their own feelings. You right. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up on the chat again. Want to operate peer-to-peer. That's gonna be really hard, Yellow Ring, but like it's gonna be worth it if you can make it happen. It's gonna be really hard because you're gonna be, and like I'm saying this because I've tried to do it, you're gonna be fighting those you're gonna be fighting the norms of people feeling like they can't talk, feeling like they can't share how they actually feel, people feeling like they're gonna be punished. And even if you, as the employer or as the person in charge of the workplace, don't punish them, they can face punishment from the other employees. Like if they say something in a meeting that one of the other employees doesn't take the right way and it leads to interpersonal conflicts between them. So it like shifting that workplace culture can be difficult, but it's very worth it if you can do it. Where do we agree on social cues? How does that come to a consensus? Yeah, and it's like really, like for me, like Chase, whenever I meet a new person, I feel like I have to learn what the new person, like how the, like I need to learn the person's tells. I need to learn when that person is angry. And like that's just the way that I've always operated, because I don't feel like I can trust in any basic culture to tell me how people are gonna act. You know, I just like don't like, cause like I just grew up not trusting, like I've just, and again, this is a cultural difference, but it's one of those things like a lot of black people don't trust a lot of white people. And that's because in a lot of ways, when like the cultural differences between white and black culture, like, and we're not even getting into like the actual institutional racism where there's just a ton of fucking gaslighting and lying, right? We're keeping it very small. We're focusing on the interpersonal. There's a lot of ways in which it feels like you're being backstabbed by somebody who is lying to your face. And that's the cultural difference there, where in white culture, it's very normal to smile at someone that you hate and just try and get through the conversation politely and like be friendly, maybe even say that you'd love to hang out with them even though you hate their fucking guts. And then later on, you can be mean to them. You can spread rumors about them. You can give them a really bad reputation. You can kick them out of your group. You can fire them. You can take responsibilities away from them. And that's what white people do when they're upset, is they don't tell you to your face that they're upset. They will go behind the scenes and do shit. And like suddenly you come into school/work the next day and the group of people that you thought was cool with you before is no longer cool with you. And that's that's just another aspect of this whole cultural divide, because it's a lot more normal to just tell people that you're upset. In black culture, you don't have to fucking hide it. And so like it feels like white people are being duplicitous. It feels like they're being backstabby. It feels like it's racially motivated. It feels like all those things when you can generously just say that it's a difference in culture. Like this is one of those things where it's like you have to like listen to and learn from people in other cultures in order to understand them. Even like understanding a broad overview of how structural racism works in America isn't enough, because there's also these cultural differences that affect things really heavily. Should be on a person by person basis. I mean, yeah, I can see. I hate that about right culture. It's fine, but I hate it. I hate it. It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to me because, like, that's exactly how No, it's fine. That's an umbrella statement, and that would be unfair for me to say. But like, to me, it feels like that's how America got to where it was, because nobody wanted to talk about the fucking problems. It's like, America has like a really high divorce rate, and I'm like, really? Wow. You don't say, in the country that encourages people not to deeply discuss problems, doesn't teach them how to problem solve, teaches them how to be passive aggressive, teaches them to repress their emotions until they explode. You don't say that we have a high divorce rate, do you? Really? That's confusing. Like, it's fine. The divorce rate's actually down? That's rad. Good. Good. It's a difficult concept for you. Communicating your feelings is one thing, but do we still agree not to yell at people, or is that okay? Oh, okay, so like, you feel like there needs to, like, you're right. There do still need to be some social cues to kind of help people interact better. But I feel like what we should go with is a more kind of, God, and I'm just like, I haven't like sat down and thought about this, right? I'm just talking out my ass. But like, I feel like what we want is a situation where people are being more respected on an individual by individual basis, but we still have hard lines of things that is like, this is not acceptable. And I feel like that's part of like the culture war. Ugh. But that's part of what is happening in America right now, is we're having this dramatic shift in culture where like some people are wanting to move the culture towards a more inclusive and diverse, but also like a less like, to me, this means you're doing this, and a more like, you're doing this. Maybe I should ask to see what you mean by you doing that. Like, and we're moving towards more like being conscious and thoughtful about other people. And like, there's this other group of people who are like, I don't want to do that. That's not my culture. That's not how I live my life. I don't want to have to think in that way. And that's like part of the divide here. From what I'm witnessing, is that like, especially if you grow up in a more of a multicultural town, then you learn these ways, you learn these social cues to get through these situations. And there are ways to do that. It's just that if you grow up in a majority one culture town, one race town, then you're not going to be able to experience that. And then you're left having to like catch up and try and figure out like, how do I learn when somebody's actually angry at me? How do I learn when like we're really having a conflict? How do I learn when this situation is unsafe? How do I learn when like I need to stop talking because I've upset someone? So yeah, I ain't got no answer. Where reflection is valued, where the earth is valued. What do you mean by, oh, neurotypical culture? Got it. Now you talk and share your emotions. Now everyone thinks you're mean and bitter, but Jay Phoenix, that's very real. You're the token minority at work. Oh God, I'm sorry. I feel sorry for that woman as well. Not to mention the weaponization of white tears against BIPOC people for bringing up any issues of racism, discrimination, and such. Oh my God, let's talk about that for a second. Hang on. I'm still catching up on the chat. God, we need to include and center indigenous cultures so much. Like right now, like it's still like whenever I hear a government official include like Biden was talking about I watched a thing where he was talking about the broadband internet that he wants to include in his infrastructure bill, and he was like, and we're including tribal lands, and I'm like, it's wild to me that you need to say that, but also like we completely just ignored indigenous people for like our entire history. Well, when we weren't murdering them, we ignored them for our entire history. So it's like wild to me that it's like new to hear a government official be like, and tribal lands, we need to also include, like, we got to work with tribal nations. And I'm just like, We've got so long to go. We've got such a long way to go, but I'm glad that we're making any kind of progress at all. What you've seen is that all of your fellow are super complacent out of a fear of being... You're all taught to be narcs and snitches? Yeesh. Marriages in general are going down? Well, am I playing today? I might be. I'm not ending. We've just been talking the whole stream so far. We've just been chatting about kind of cultural differences, basically. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot. For a hot second, can we just like... For a hot second, I wanted to talk about... I can't get this fucking camera to focus on my face. I give up. I don't give a fuck. For just a hot second, I wanted to talk about like the difficulties of talking about race with white people and like the response that white people give when you start talking to them about race. So like there's a lot here that I could unpack, but like first of all, can I just ask for anyone who is white here, please like to stop making everything about you. It's fine. It's fine. I was trying to contain it, but it erupted. It erupted forth. Ma. Yeah, it's fine, but like it all can be boiled down to that actually. All of my like experiences trying to talk to white people about racism, all of my experiences having one-on-one conversations, trying to change people's minds, trying to like get them to include others, trying to get them to realize that they're being racist, that their ideas are racist, that they were racist towards me. All of my experience about this, I need white people to stop fucking centering yourselves in the goddamn conversation. Please. I'm sorry. I have no anger at any of you. I have anger at the amount of emotional labor that I've had to perform over my fucking lifetime. I'm so tired. So much. So much. It's fine, she lied. As I said, it's fine means there's nothing I can do about this. So it's fine. That's what it's fine means. Just don't, I'll get right on that. Okay, and I'll explain what I mean about decentering. You're like, please don't. I don't want to be racist. I mean, and like, so like, and I'm mixed, right? So like, here's the wonderful thing. I'm mixed. I had a lot of internalized racism as a youth, and I benefit from colorism. Yay. So like, I'm like white enough for a lot of white people. I'm white. Whatever. I get treated differently because I'm lighter skinned. And I get treated more favorably because I'm lighter skinned. I get treated like I'm more white because I'm whiter skinned. I get to get away with a lot of things because I'm lighter skinned. That is part of the reason why I will gladly take on the burden of having these conversations with white people, because I know that I'm light skinned and pretty enough that it's going to be less threatening coming from me because they're going to perceive me as being somewhat on their side. And that's fucked up, but it's been true my entire life. I have always been the person that has needed to bridge the communications because I'm seen as not as much of a threat to various white people. The superficial toxic positivity. I agree. Your Google colorism. Colorism is an aspect of racism where basically the darker you are, the more racism you experience. That's a really short way of putting it, but like the darker you are, the more racism you experience. The lighter you are, the more you're kind of like exoticized, you're fetishized, you're beautiful, you know? Like dark skin, not beautiful, but lighter skin, apparently like so exotic and pretty, and now we want to have sex with these people and they must be more educated It's been proven that people who are black but have lighter skin tones get more attention from teachers in school. They are treated more kindly by like strangers. They're just treated more kindly in general. They're presumed to be more competent. They're presumed to be more intelligent. They're presumed to be more well-spoken. Like there's just a lot of like racism is very complicated, and colorism is one aspect of that. Hey, Lewis. Yes, you need to know your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but the basics of understanding our own emotional response as well as other people's emotional responses would improve things massively for everyone. It's just that, like, so, like, for me, how I'm perceiving the situation, and I'm gonna share with you my perspective. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but I'm gonna share with you my perspective, how it reads to me, and how I've ended up having to counter white people when these things come up. It's not about,
Grab your sword.
Oh, dance. Hi, Sir Brandude! Welcome in! We're talking about racism. Welcome in, everybody. We're having one of those conversational days today. Welcome on in. Oh, you were also just chatting. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And white people. We're talking about cultural differences. We're talking about racism. We're talking about white culture as the dominant culture. There's a lot here that we're talking about. There's a lot here that we're talking about, so strap in! But also, hi, to introduce myself to new people. My name's Cara, I go by Cheritomo online. I'm a narrative designer for video games and a variety streamer. I like to play chill games, cozy games, and narrative-based games that I like to analyze from my perspective as a narrative designer. And we like to have real, actual conversations in this space, because that is my personality tendency to do so that's what we're talking about today. That is what we're talking about today. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope you had a great stream. Please feel free to like bounce out if you need to rest and like go sleep. Please feel free to do that. And Craigle, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. A very different way kids are handling different cultures. A lot less fetishizing of Asian food, for example. I would, based off of TikTok, I would disagree, but I guess TikTok is not really like the place that I should be basing all of my understanding of the youths on. But yeah, so sorry, I'll get on to it. The thing that what we're talking about right now is like when you're trying to talk to a white person about racism, or when I've tried to talk to white people about racism, the white people get extremely defensive, and we're talking about that, and I'm kind of like, I'm trying to express some of the like difficulties and my perspective, how I see it, because I've had to have so many conversations with white people over the course of my life, partially because of colorism. Like I'm more mixed, so I get passes in what I'm allowed to say. And like people presume I am more intelligent and I'm gonna be less hostile towards them. Like there's a lot to unpack there. But basically to me, it seems like white people have been historically like, okay, how am I gonna say this? Y'all are coddled. Y'all are really coddled. And like, even today, even now, even with like all of the visibility that the Black Lives Matter protests have brought up, even with all of the discussion of different like aspects of living as a minority in America, even when you are part of a minority in America already, white people are so coddled from racism. You're coddled from so much of the negative experience, and like that's not something that is easy to communicate how intensely, because like I know you guys know that you are coddled, like I know you guys know that, but you are more coddled than you even think that you are. And I'm like having a hard, like it's so hard to express that because it's you don't live with it, you don't breathe it. It's not something that's constantly in the back of your head. It's not something that you're constantly afraid of. It's not something that it's not something that affects every way that you move and breathe when you're in the presence of other white people. It's not like I'm always thinking about how I'm coming off as a black person online. Like I'm thinking about how I'm representing my minorities in these spaces. Whenever I do anything in my work, I'm thinking about like, am I the only person of color in this room? How many other people like me are there? How do I need to conduct myself because of how many other people are people of color in this room? Like how much backup am I going to have if I start operating with more of my actual culture versus if I have to completely assimilate into white culture for right now because I'm the only person of color in this room and I'm not gonna have any backup if I try to be myself, right? Like there's so much about like just like the daily experience and like there's all the stuff that you guys have heard about like the violence, about the threats, about like structural inequalities. Like there's so much that you guys have heard of, but you have no idea like the closest thing that I can assume that is similar is if you grow up in like a really, really traditional household and you're LGBTQ+, or you're neuroatypical, or you're like a woman and you're like really traditional household and you are just brought up from birth with the perception that you are fundamentally wrong in some way and you constantly have to interact with every single other person who exists, putting up a mask between yourself and the world. Some people have had a kind of similar experience, but the difference is that like with a lot of other isms that people face in the world, it's not visible. So like one of the conversations I had to have with my own mother was trying to explain to her that black people couldn't just run away from racism by assimilating into white culture because it's visible. We have no escape. There is nothing that we can do. There is no way that we can hide. We cannot hide, right? So like the level of omnipresence is different from other isms. And like one of the ways when I'm having conversations with white people that they try to empathize is they try to relate to it with like, I'm gay, so I understand, or I'm a woman, so I understand. They try to relate with like, I have similar experiences of being oppressed, and I'm like, no, you don't. And like, that's fine. That's not a bad thing. Just like, I don't know what it is to be oppressed as a gay man in a religious church because I'm not a gay man, and I didn't grow up in a religious church. I don't know what that experience is like, and the struggles that come from that are not something that while I can understand and I can sympathize, I'm not going to understand what that does to your brain, what that does to your sense of self, what that does to your emotional space. I haven't had to live with that, right? So the thing that happens when you start trying to talk about anything that has to do with racism with like a white and I'm thinking about like my friends. I'm thinking about like I've had to have lots of conversations with white people, but I'm thinking about people I'm really close friends with, people I respect, people I admire, people that I know are good people that are also very racist because America's racist. We grew up in racist towns with racist families. Like we're just it's in our culture. Everybody's racist. I was racist. I had internalized racism, right? Everybody's racist. So people that I know were good people who I loved, people who I had to sit down and have conversations with because I'm like, you're disrespecting me. You are not treating me like I'm human. And I've had to try and communicate that to them. And there's so much that has to go into, right? Because first it's like a conversation where it's like, okay, this white person has trusted me enough to come to me and be open about a situation that either occurred between me or occurred between them and other black people, and how they're confused about why the other people were mad. They're confused about why I'm mad, or they're confused about why black people are mad. And to even begin to have that conversation, you have to push down and swallow whatever you are feeling so that you can take care of this white person's emotions while you're talking, because that is the only way that you can have a productive conversation about race with a white person when they have done something wrong. That is the only way that you can have a productive conversation, is that I have to sit here and I have to watch you. I have to watch you closely. I have to watch your face. I have to listen to your tone of voice. I have to watch your body language. I have to notice when you're getting defensive. I have to notice when you're getting upset. And I have to change tactics. I have to pivot. I have to be like, oh, but you know, I know that you didn't mean it that way. Or, oh, you know, it's really easy to get confused about this kind of thing. I have to pivot every time I see you getting defensive, because white people have been coddled to the point that, like, to them, being racist is the worst thing that you could ever be. And I have no way of explaining to you what, like, and I'm like, right? Because I get it and I understand and I respect how horrible it is to find out that you're being racist, right? I respect that. I respect how awful it makes you feel as a person. I respect how like the deep shame that brings up in someone, especially a white person, when you're like, hey, like you thought you were going about your merry life, not doing anything wrong, and you've done something racist, and like this is gonna bring a lot of emotions onto you that you are not equipped to deal with, because you've never been equipped with how to deal with the fact that you're being fucking racist right now. And so like I respect that that's a very real and like that's a real emotional experience that people need to go through, and that there's a degree of pain that comes with that. Like I respect that. I know and I understand. But the contrast of that, and like this is one of my frustrations when I see white people saying like, oh, social justice warriors don't understand that being called racist is one of the worst things that you can be called, and it's such a loaded term nowadays, and I can't, like, they think everything you're doing is racist, and like I can't, like, you can't call me like, this is the thing that I don't think people understand when they bring that up as a rebuttal, as like, when they bring that up as a rebuttal in the debate, is I don't think that they understand that, like, that's centering yourself, right? Because it's not my fucking problem. It's not my fucking problem that it's hard for you to accept that you were racist to me. That's not my job to fix. But it is. It always is my job. It's fine. I'm getting worked up here. Obviously, because this is a loaded conversation topic for me. I'm not angry at any of you. I'm not angry at any of you. I am upset about living this, right? And it sucks because, like, these are people who are trying to do the right thing by coming to you and asking for help and wanting to understand. They want to understand where they're being racist. They want you to help them. They want you to point out where they're going wrong so you can help them not be racist anymore, right? They're wanting to do the right thing. But in the process, they are being so incredibly racist while you're trying to talk to them about this one thing that happened and trying to, like, pry open their mind as much as you possibly can in that moment, which is like, there's a limit to how much you can do that before the defensiveness will slam the gates shut again. It's fine. I feel like I got so emotionally worked up that I like lost the thread of the conversation, but I hope that like to me, white people being defensive, it's not about like you guys feeling insulted. Reparations. It's not about like you guys feeling insulted. The reason that you're getting defensive isn't because you're feeling insulted. The reason that you're getting defensive, to me, seems to be like because you're taking this way too personally. And like we need like all white people to get to the point where you can just fucking accept that everybody is racist and everybody's doing racist shit, and don't take it like it's a fucking personal, like it's a personal attack on you specifically. Don't take it like I'm saying that you and your whole family are awful people who don't deserve to be on the face of this planet. Don't make me do that work of walking you through the process of dealing with your own shame for being the privileged class in society. Don't make me do that. It's so hard. It's so hard when you're actively being racist to my face, and I'm working so hard not to be personally hurt by what you're saying so that I can calmly walk you through your own emotions and explain how maybe black people are humans too. Like, it's so hard. It's fine. I'm gonna go back up and I'm gonna catch up on the chat because I've been yelling for a while. I've been yelling for a while and I'm ready to participate in the chat again. I'm sorry that I am sorry that I got so worked up. I know that a lot of people find like yelling unpleasant. Please know that I'm not yelling at you. This is part of the cultural differences that I was talking about when we started this stream. I'm half German and I'm half black. In both of those cultures, it's normal to just express your emotions about the conversational topic that you're talking about, and it doesn't have to be about the other person. So I'm sorry if that like comes, like I just know that it's strong. It's a lot for a lot of people. But yeah. Okay, I'm catching up. The differentiation is hard to make for white people. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm still catching up. I'm reading a lot. I'm sorry. I'm just like sitting here in silence as I'm reading the chats because I'm skimming really quickly. Also, thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate. I appreciate being paid from the emotional labor that I'm doing right now. Thank you for paying for the emotional labor that literally nobody's ever paid for me doing because I've had to do it so much my whole entire fucking life. It's like a whole ass full-time job I have. It's fine. Aw. Thank you. Everyone, Frank the Pegasus is another Rainbow Arcade streamer who is just an absolute joy. So please go check them out. I'm sorry. My emotions right now are a little bit intense. Okay, I think I've nearly caught up.
I'll support you.
That must weigh on you so much. It a little bit does. It a little bit does. Cause like it's hard to cause like you have to remember that like I was talking about this conversation in the context of friends and family that I really care about, right? I'm about to get real emotional here. Like, I've had to have conversations with my own, like, I already talked about it before. I've had to have conversations with my own mother about how she's being racist, right? It's like, and when you're doing that and you're also doing all of this emotional labor for these people that you care about and they're not reciprocating the emotional labor, right? Because I'm having these conversations with them and when the conversation ends when they feel like they've grasped the problem with the issue, they don't follow up. They don't check in. They're not like, how are you doing? Like, was this hard for you? Like, I want to, do you need to talk? Are you okay? I still remember, like, George Floyd happened and, like, was very hard for, like, every black person in America, right? Like, just a horrible time. But the people who reached out to me to talk about it to ask whether they had been racist to me in the past. They didn't reach out to me to talk about it because they wanted to make sure I was okay. They reached out to me to talk about it because, hey, are you okay? Yeah, I just like, it's good that it's never been that way between you and me, right? Bitch, yes it has. And I told them that and they still, and like, they just like ignored it. It's fine. It's fine. Violet, I think I'm gonna want to talk to you about something after this as well. Yeah. Am I okay? I'm okay. I'm very worked up right now, so my emotions are close to my surface, and my emotions are always close to my surface. I don't often try to hide my emotions, but... Is there... I'm having a day today, actually. Hang on, let me go up and, like... Thank you guys for all of the biddies, and thank you for the gift subs and the hype train. I actually genuinely do. Like, I genuinely appreciate, basically...
I'll support you.
I appreciate that y'all are willing to basically pay me for the labor that I'm doing here, because it's a really new experience, and, like... Yeah, thank you. It feels very validating. I don't know. It feels very, like... respectful? I don't know how to put it. Alright. Goodbye, Ginger. Thanks for coming! But yeah. We have a deep conversation. Hope everything is okay. Everything's okay. I just got worked up because of the conversation. Nothing... I mean, aside from the racism that happens in my life all the time, nothing else has to happen differently here. Is there anything we could be doing? I'm gonna actually think about that one. I'm gonna actually sit down to think about that one. Cause like, I mean, I would like to hear your guys' perspectives and like why you feel this way about things. Like, again, with my streams, this is a place where we learn, right? I do, and I'm gonna be very, very clear. Like, I know we got some new people in the chat, but for everybody new and old, I want to be very clear about this. We do not attack people here. We do not attack people for having ideas like, I mean, attack trolls. Attack trolls, attack outright hateful people. I don't give a shit. That's not what we're talking about here. The people who are here in this chat right now, the people who are here who are engaging with me on this topic, who are doing it in good faith, even when people say things that are not ideal or like show that they have some kind of more, you know, less of a broadened worldview, shall we say. Even when people say things that might be a little bit racist or sexist or whatever, when it's done in good faith and they're trying to learn, we do not attack here. All right? We discuss and we engage and we learn. We do not attack, because that is just the opposite of everything. And you can attack ideas. You can't attack people. It's not the same thing. So just as a reminder for everyone about this, that's how we're approaching this. And so to come into, yeah, no worries. Oh, good. I'm glad I didn't like terrify you all by being so passionate. So one of the ways that like I personally do appreciate being engaged on is when people engage on me in conversations like this, but people can only engage in me sincerely in conversations like this when they don't feel like they're gonna be attacked for saying something wrong, all right? And like that requires everybody in this chat to do emotional labor. That requires all of us to do emotional labor, because sometimes you're gonna see something and it's gonna make you upset and you're gonna need to hold it in and if you can't respond nicely, then hold it in and don't respond and wait for me to get to it, because I'm gonna get to it if I notice it. Or it's gonna require you to like take a deep breath and interact, giving that person the benefit of the doubt that they're here to learn, that they're trying to be a good person, right? That's the only way that this can work as a back and forth, and not just me lecturing at you guys, but like us engaging and learning together. That's the only way. And it requires a lot of bravery for somebody to come out and be like, yeah, this is my perspective, and I know it's like an ignorant perspective, but I don't know how to broaden it, right? It takes a lot of courage for somebody to do that. And for me, at least, that's one of the ways that I want to, that's one of the ways that I want to encourage change in the world, is I want to encourage people to think about this. And in my experience, people need to have people guide them through that a lot of times. Like they need a person to educate them. Should they? That's a whole debate you can have. But a lot of times people seem to need that, and I'm willing to be that for people, right? So one of the ways that you could help me out is by like actively engaging and participating in the conversation here, even though I know that that is very, very daunting, right? Especially because I get really passionate and I get really loud, and like that can be very frightening too. But that's one of the ways that can be very helpful. There's a lot of stuff that you can do in general to help, but I'm trying to think of stuff that is specific to me and how to like support me through this. And like, God, I've genuinely never been asked that question before, so I have no fucking idea how to answer it. So maybe that is a... I've never been asked how can I support you through any kind of racism that I've been experiencing. I've never been asked that question, so I don't even know where to begin to answer it. I've never daydreamed about that happening, even. Yeah, that's very valid, Dan. All right, goodbye, Plastic Cape. Thanks for coming. Yeah, so, yeah, sorry. So, to be honest with you, I'm gonna have to probably think on that one and, like, come back to you guys another day with, like, I've thought about it and this is ways that you can support me, because I've just, like, never actually been asked that question. Isn't that funny? Sorry, it's fine. Okay. My emotions are less up at the surface now. You know, I'm calmer now, so we can keep talking about everything. It's fine. It's just that, like, it really is, this sucks, yeah, this sucks, and you go on with your day. Racism conversations? Like, for a lot of people, yeah, I think racism conversations are like that, and... they should be about empathy. Like, racism conversations shouldn't be about, like, doesn't this suck? Yes, this sucks, and then you go on with your day, because white people will put it out of their minds if you do that and you go on with your day. Talking is such an inefficient way of communicating. Come on, chat, get on it. Talking, man... Dreaded Scotsman, you should have been here at the beginning of the stream, because we were talking about cultural differences between like Germany and American culture, because I'm half German. I think that part of what makes talking inefficient is the way that white people talk. Like for me, talking's very much not inefficient at all, but like the only way to make talking more efficient is if you're honest. And you're honest about what you're feeling, and you're honest about like what you're thinking, and you're actively working towards like learning and a solution together. And for some reason, so much conversation in white culture is adversarial, and I just have no fucking idea why that is. But like talking is not seen as like a community building thing. Conflict is not seen as a community building thing. Like conflict is not seen as an opportunity to come to like fix a problem. Conflict is seen as the problem. And I'm like, what? Which is just like another reason that like trying to explain to white people when they're being racist is so difficult. That's just another reason, because like you can't sit someone down for a conversation and have their blood pressure not spike, because like that's not how white people use conversation most of the time. That's not how like WASP culture uses conversation. It makes them very scared. If white people are honest with each other, then the other people can use that honesty against us. They can't though. Like the only way that works, Chase, is if you're only honest with some people. If you're honest with everybody, then there's nothing. There's not like. So here's like an interesting way that this manifests. WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture. As a WASP, that's a lot of the reason. well, the honesty is the truth you deserve, the truth used against you, if the truth is bad. I fundamentally disagree with that line of thinking too. And that's like a really, like, so here's like another fun thing about like American culture is that we have like this, and like, it's fine, you don't, like, I'm not trying to say that like this is what you were trying to say, Violet, but like it reminded me of this other topic. American culture is really like revenge. Like, God, we're so violent. American culture is so violent and so filled with revenge fantasies and stuff like that. One of the ways that the cultural divide shows up, and like the concept of gossip and the concept of gossip as bad is like a white people thing. Like, that's a white people thing. I'm just gonna clarify that. Like, white people think gossip is bad. And you know why white people think gossip is bad? Because white people don't say the same shit to your face that they say behind your back. That's why white people gossip is bad. Like, it's like people sometimes like I enjoy, and it's like normal in my culture to talk about other people. Because like other people are part of your community, right? You want to be like, oh, did you know that Sarah is like fixed that problem that she was facing? And you're like, oh really, how'd she fix it? And like you keep up with other people's lives through gossip. It's not really about judging other people, it's more about like understand, like it helps you understand people better by like talking with other people about them and getting like a bigger perspective on like who this person might be. Like sometimes you have those conversations even in like white culture too, where it's like, oh, you know, John at work was being so mean to me today. And then somebody else is like, oh yeah, but you know, he recently lost his goldfish that passed away and it's been a lot for him, so I don't think that he's meaning anything by it. And you're like, oh, okay. Like gossip serves this like important community cultural function of keeping people in contact with each other, resolving conflicts before they start, and it can indeed cause conflicts, but gossip is presented as this inherently bad thing in WASP culture in a way that just like doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And the reason that it's presented as bad is because you guys don't say the same things to each other's faces, you say behind each other's back. And like that part is what confuses me. That part is what confuses me. Protect your image and not be too honest, or others will play the game by using that against you. Yeah, it requires playing the social game for that to work. What I have noticed throughout my lifetime is that if you don't let that shit work, it just doesn't. Like, cause like, if you don't let social rules affect you, like if you don't let waspy culture affect you, it just, like it's like they're like, now people are gonna think poorly of you. And I'm like, are they? I'm gonna go talk to them about it. Like, it's like you can't, effective problem solving skills can't stand up to the way wasp culture is like weird about things, you know? It pretty much is. You'd offer the John some cheese. But yeah, that's like a thing that like frustrates me. Like if I have an opinion about you, I will tell you that opinion to your face. Like I'm not gonna be like, why would I hide? Like the only times that I might rant at a friend about something that another friend did, and like this is a thing that we all do, it's a normal thing. It's like a method of problem solving. Somebody did something that's really frustrating, but you understand why they did it, or you know, or it was like a one-off and it's not gonna be a problem, so you don't wanna turn it into a really big thing, but you need to like talk with someone about it to like let it go. Like I do that. There's times when I'm like, this person objectively did nothing wrong, but I'm pissed at them for literally no reason, and there's no point in bringing this up with them because I'm the one in the wrong here, but I'm still really mad, so I'm gonna go talk out my feelings with somebody else because I don't feel like bringing this to the innocent person who did nothing wrong, and I'm just grumpy today getting mad at them. Like, right? Everybody does that kind of thing. It's an effective problem-solving solution. But like, if I have an opinion about you, I will just, like... WASP culture has this emphasis on only saying positive things about each other, to the point that you're not even allowed to speak ill of the dead, which is a whole thing that I don't understand either. Like, it's fine, they're dead. Let people process their emotions about the dead person. Like, let them share whatever the fuck they want to share about the dead person. Why are they not allowed to say bad things about a dead person? Like, it's their relationship with the dead person. It's fine. But, like, you're not allowed to say anything negative about other people. And, like, that limits, to me, it limits how deep a friendship can be. Because you're not being real and you're not being honest with each other. And you're not, like, accepting and acknowledging the flaws and loving each other through the flaws when you're pretending like no flaws exist. You know? So, like, I prefer friendships where people can, like, look me in the face and, like, tell me, like, okay, Cara, you're being a lot right now. Or, like, I prefer friendships where they can, like, be honest about some of my flawed characteristics rather than pretending like we're secretly good all the time and I never actually know if you fucking hate me, you know? Let that person be blessed with what they deserve. It's something that's learned as one grows up, even just instinctively, so it leaves an imprint. You're right, Chase, in that it leaves an imprint, but that's also something that you can and, like, people can and do unlearn. Because, like, hey, I mean, like, look at me. American culture's not my culture, but I fucking have to work in it all the goddamn time. I have to learn how you people think, and I have to learn how to participate in your culture. You can also, like, anybody who grew up in WASP culture and, like, has that firmly entrenched, you can also learn how to operate in a different culture, and it's... But, like, the line of thinking that you mentioned there, Chase, like, that's a thing where people are like, but it would be hard to change because I am just this way. I grew up this way, or I'm too old. Old people can't change. Like, both, like, those kinds of lines of thinking are just, like, fucking false. The idea is still there deep down, but, like, not as deep down as you think it is. Like, humans are so malleable. And outside of things that communicate, like, gut level responses, like danger, like, outside of stuff that is, like, a gut level response that's just, like, so deeply entrenched that, like, you don't even, like, it's just immediate, right? All those other kinds of things can be unlearned, especially if you immerse yourself in a different culture. Like, it's just gonna lose its power to you. Like, you'll still have that association there, but you'll also have other associations. So you'll have, like, it's like having 5 different colored shirts that you can pick between. You get to pick which association you have for the day. So it's still there, but there's other associations now that are just as deep down. As someone who doesn't pick up on those social subtext clues, yeah, like, because I relate to not picking up a lot of social cues. So, like, and, like, I have the different cultural perspective to provide here, or I have a different cultural perspective to provide here, not the, but, like, this is my stream, so haha, the, yeah, there's just a lot that, like, doesn't make sense to me. You can move beyond it in how you think and act, yeah. Hi, Clonoac. Yeah, everything's fine. We've just been talking about, like, cultural differences and race, and, like, we've been talking about a lot of heavy topics, so, like, I'm amped. That's where I'm at. There are a whole crew of people that don't naturally pick up on any of these things, and we don't spell it out anywhere for people, which is, like, my frustration with social rules and codes is, like, why don't you just fucking write it out for people? Make it accessible. Like, I know there's a lot of things that can't be communicated in, like, text, but you can set the culture. You can set the culture to start working towards that, and you can outline the broadest things so that people can know deeply what is expected of them when they're entering a new kind of, like, workplace culture, community culture, that kind of thing. At least they force us to at least try to learn another language in high school. Yeah. Gotta be aware of it still there. You don't know if someone is ever an entirely new person, but they can definitely change their brain patterns and how they act. I'm like, I mean, I guess that's a matter of perspective because I'm not a scientist. I'm like definitely inclined to believe, just based off of my own personal experiences and based off of like my experiences with PTSD and like the different kinds of research that I've been exposed to in trying to understand my own condition. And also like, again, like being from two different cultures, having visited so many foreign countries, having like interacted with so many different cultures over the course of my life. I think that I feel like this is why people change so much when they go abroad. It's been proven that when you go abroad and you go if you like spend a year abroad in a foreign country, your openness to experience trait, which can also be called your agreeableness trait, but like it's part of the Big Five personality test. It's the only personality test that, according to psychologists, has scientific backing and that like actually can be used to predict things about how people behave and all that shit. That does actually expand, and it's like one of the only traits that you can actively change, but it will dramatically increase your openness to experience and your agreeableness and your ability to basically what's the word that I'm looking for, to adapt and like adjust and transition and take on other people's perspectives. That's all something that changes from you immersing yourself in a different culture, and I very firmly believe that that's an aspect of your brain's plasticity when you immerse yourself into a different culture, learning how to, because like that's what humans are programmed to do. We're programmed to try and understand other people and try to merge together with whoever we're around because it's a survival mechanism, right? I think that for a lot of the white people that I've known throughout my life, they really I think it's because like they're white people in a white town with a school that taught white history and like in their white church with their white culture, and like their workplaces are white culture. Like they're backed up in so many ways that they don't even fully know how to comprehend, and you guys, like, until you've gone to a different country and you've seen how many new things you need to figure out, you do not comprehend how much America is catered to white people until you step out of that bubble and you go to a place that's predominantly not white people and you learn, right? So like if you've never been to a majority non-white country, it's gonna be kind of hard to like understand how much of your culture permeates the world, and how much you are constantly backed up by these ideas that have like spread and disseminated through the world, right? And as a consequence of that, a lot of the white people that I know seem to think that a lot of aspects that are cultural and a lot of aspects that are extremely malleable, behaviors, ways of talking, languages, word choices, how people interact with each other, how communities form, like just like so many things are completely malleable, and like aren't contained within your body anywhere. You're not entrenched and trapped in thinking a specific way about something. That's coming from a place, from my perspective anyways, that's coming from a place of just only being around cultures that back up the things you already think. And like never having been truly immersed into a culture where you are the minority. And not just the minority, but you are the cultural minority. Like this isn't like I grew up in a POC majority town in America. This is like I went to fucking Vietnam and stayed there for a while, which is, I'm going to because I did that. But like I went to Vietnam and there's no white people here at all, and like nobody really speaks English, and everything about the culture is different, you know? Somehow your school counted choir as your second language. What? Yeah. So I guess like, Chase, the reason that I was like kind of going in on you for a second there is because like, I guess I personally was going after that idea that I've seen other white people have, which is that like, I just really genuinely believe that white people think that everything about the world is a lot more solidly in place than it actually is. And I think that that's part of the reason why it's so hard to try to change anything. Because like, you're trying to tell people to change workplace culture. Like we talked about earlier in this stream, right? We talked about how workplace cultures are not conducive to POC being in there, partially because workplace cultures are steeped in WASPy culture. And so if you didn't grow up with WASPy culture, you now have to learn how to take on the codes of WASP culture in order to be able to participate fully in the workplace and be seen as a professional. And I think that like a lot of the concept of these people who are in power, who are trying to make things more diverse, but have no idea how to, a lot of the reason that is because they've never taken that much of a step outside of their own cultural bubble and realized how much could be changed and how much their organization is unfriendly to people of color because they just like don't even like, it's invisible to them. You know? That's kind of what I was like. It's like a whole connected thread of ideas, but like the manifestation of that is that there's so little change because white people don't even know how much they are backed up by white culture. That's like part of the rant that I got into at the beginning, Sir Brandude, when you first showed up, me trying to be like, you guys have no idea how much you are actually coddled and catered to. That those two ideas go together because like you really don't have any idea until you try to get out of a majority white person country. And even then you're not going to know fully because in most places white people are welcomed because y'all got money. We are in charge of the electricity. Sometimes we are. Unintentional function of white society? The idea of inherence? Possibly. We don't just dump experience, we can get broader experiences and help our brains reprogram and react differently. That's all I meant. Yeah, I feel you. I got you. I think you're right. Something you said triggered me on a thought process, but I don't think that that's what you were arguing at all, Chase. I think that like you said that and I was like, there's an idea there that I want to get into, and I was kind of trying to figure out how to like communicate it well. So it took me a while to get to it. Well, and one of the things, hey Don, we are not, we just never played the game is what's happened. We're just chatting. Well, one of the other things about like white cultures, like white people, one of the other things there is that like when you guys do, I'm sorry, being like you guys is a lot, but like when white people do want to immerse themselves in a foreign culture, they don't pick I mean, y'all usually racist about the cultures you pick. Like, just to fucking flat out say it, that's what it is. Y'all racist about the cultures that you pick. You don't pick learning about South America. You don't pick learning about, like, cultures in Africa. You don't pick learning about, like, you pick, like, Japan. And you pick, like, France. And you pick, like, Italy. Like, you pick, like, other white cultures to learn about, and then you're like, I'm really cultured. Well, Japan is not a white culture, but Japan is, like, man, the way, that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. The way white people feel about Japanese culture. It just like doesn't even say anything. Yeah, right? Isn't that fascinating, Chase? Like, God, I can't remember when exactly my therapist like told me about that, but I was like, it's fascinating to me that like a lot of our personalities are fixed, but then like that is one, because like openness to experience and agreeableness, that trait is also associated with creativity, and it's associated with like being more social and more friendly. So like both of those are things that can change by you being in a foreign country, and it's like, but like it's real. Like you know, if you've ever had a friend go live in a foreign country and then come back, like it's real. So it's like, it like makes sense, but it's also like wild. Japan, but very specifically to only one cultural aspect that has been put through a filter. Rice? Was Morocco? Yeah. Just say it. Asian cultures are fetishized. It's not even just that Asian culture is fetishized. Asian culture is, infantilized. In some ways. This is me talking about my opinion now. Like, I haven't done much research into, like, into this aspect of things because like I'm kind of busy. I got my own shit I gotta deal with right now. But so I haven't like taken the time to be like white people and Japan as a nation, how is that? But I have like, you know, I like because I do come from a different culture, like it's weird. It's weird. Not all of it's weird. Like not like you liking Japan does not have to be weird, but like a lot of it can be weird. It can be really weird. Like sometimes people go there and you're like, why? And like it's so weird to me that Japan and like now Korea, but like mostly Japan still are like these kinds of it's because of how we think of Asian racism, right? It's because of how white culture has approached like racism towards Asians. It's different than the like there's a completely different history, there's a completely different context. Like racism exists, but racism towards black people, racism towards Hispanic people, racism towards like God, just any Arabic anything and like racism towards Asian people, there's all different kinds of histories and complications there. So like racism towards one group, understanding racism towards one group does not mean you actually know anything about racism towards another group. But like part of white people's racism towards Asians is that like Asian people are cute, Asian people are non-threatening, they're non-hostile, like Asian people are so smart, Asian people are good business partners, Asian people are good to work with, like Asian people are so clean, they're so good, they're exactly what we want them to be, they're such a model minority. Asian people are so like, they do exactly what we want them to do, they're so cute, let me go over, like I'm gonna go over to Japan and I'm gonna like go see like it's not like respected in the same way as like an entirely different culture. It's like it is like infantilized in a lot of ways. Like I was watching I was on TikTok and like I like lost my shit because I saw a TikTok and it's like a white girl, she's living in Japan, she's making TikToks about Japanese culture, and she's like, let's talk about rando suru culture. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, let's talk about, so for those who don't, I'm hoping, rando suru, I'm hoping that I've got that word right, but it's the backpacks that little kids carry it to, like, little kids in Japan, elementary school kids, they have special backpacks. They just have a different kind of backpack, and like, they're gifted through family. They're usually really, they can be really expensive. They're just backpacks. It's fine. They're just backpacks. But like, so like this girl is making these TikToks about normal aspects of Japanese cult. Like they're just like you carry a stamp around in your pocket or your purse to sign documents, right? You have a stamp with your family name on it. You carry it around to sign documents. I had a stamp with my family name on it when I was a kid. I don't know if that's a thing in Germany, but I had one of those. So like, it's not like an abnormal concept to me. It seems like a kind of normal concept to me because I was given a stamp like that when I was a child. And so like to see this person being like, let's talk about this stamp culture. Like, let's talk about this in Japan. I'm like, what do you mean stamp culture? Like she was like, there's all these different kinds of stamps that you can get. And people really, I'm like, what do you do? Like, this is like the equivalent of being like, people can have different pencil cases and it's pencil case culture. It's like, what do you mean? No, it's not. It's an object. There's no culture here. That's just a normal, like, it's like having a pen in your purse. It's a normal fucking thing. And you're like making it this weird, like you're othering it to this like intense degree because it's something that we don't do, but you're making it like it's abnormal, like it's something special. Like Japanese people are so different and so much more efficient. They have stamps. And I'm like, that's not, you're not treating these, you're not, that's fetishizing the culture. You're not respecting the culture because you're not trying to like, you're not seeing that as like what it actually is, which is like, that is a tool that these people are using in their everyday lives. And yes, everybody has that, and that's a cultural difference, and that's like neat and interesting, but it's not a culture in its own. It's not like a thing. Like, it's not like a trend. It's not like a fad. I don't, it's fine. It's fine. Also, Quinn, hello. Hello, welcome on in. We are having a lot of conversations today is what we've been doing all stream. I was like gonna play a video game, but I guess I'm just talking this whole stream. I'm catching up on chat again. As a fellow K-pop fan, and I like love K-pop. Like, don't get me wrong. I love K-pop. I love K-dramas. I'm very interested in both Korean and Japanese culture. Like, I'm kind of interested in like any culture. I want to be a polyglot. I want to learn a lot of languages. I love learning how other people think and see the world. But I'm also trying really hard, like not to start othering people or aspects of the culture. Like you can think that aspects of people's culture is cool without othering them at the same time. Like that's totally a thing you can do. You can admire and respect another culture without also othering it and fetishizing it. Just to be very clear. Like, I'm not saying that if you like another culture, you're automatically fetishizing it, but you can. Okay, catching up on chat again. Oh God, let's not even like, I don't even know where to begin with the fact that like, for some reason to us, Asian people are all light-skinned Asian people and not dark-skinned Asian people either. Like, you don't see the glamorous, like, fetishizing posts about dark-skinned Asians. Like, Intro to Asian American Studies course in college was Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle relates to everything? Really? I've never seen that movie. I don't know anything about it. Well, there's a lot of appreciation and fetishizing are a blur for white people at times. Yup. We need to talk about car key culture. Exactly. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Oh, I hope that you enjoy it, Dawn. Okay. I think I'm almost caught up. There we go. All right, I think I've caught up. Okay. So yeah, that was just a thing. So like, when white people are trying to learn about other cultures and they're trying to broaden their perspective, they also happen to only choose other cultures that are like safe and non-threatening, and like when most white people engage with Japanese culture, they're not actually engaging with Japanese culture. they're engaging with like, there's now like this, hey, thank you for the biddies. There's now like a, it's the same thing that kind of like happened with like yoga and Buddhism in Western culture. We were just like, let me just take some of that and I'm just gonna, and now it's something else entirely, and I'm so cultured because I'm a Buddhist and I'm a yogi. Like, it's the same thing that is happening there with the Japanese culture. Like, I feel like now people think of Japanese culture and like they think of like anime, they think of kawaii aesthetics, they think of maybe like Japanese TV shows, but they're not like thinking of the people of Japan. They're not like engaging with the social issues that are going on in Japan. They're not like learning about like the history, like the actual history of Japan. They're not like actually engaging with the culture. They're engaging with this like nice little non-threatening surface layer where none of the things that you're engaging in above here are going to like, they're not going to shake up any of your existing worldviews, you know? They're just kind of nice thoughts like, oh, Japanese people are so clean. Japanese people are so thoughtful. Like, it's like this surface layer of thinking that is like, and that's now what like a lot of white people think Japanese culture is. They think that they're actually engaging with Japanese culture when they're participating with that surface layer of the country. And again, I haven't like studied any of this very deeply aside from like talking with Japanese friends of mine. I've never been to Japan myself. I have been fetishized myself, so I know it when I fucking see it. But I've never, like, this is not something that I've studied in depth. This is just, like, me looking at it and kind of, like, and being so uncomfortable myself. Oh, hell yeah. You like how white folks have stolen the concept of meditation and rebranded it to mindfulness. Yeah, exactly. It is. Hi, Connor. It is. It is how black people, and it's like, okay, and like, we've talked about appropriation, and like, appropriation has become, like, it became, God, man, appropriation, like, just like, as a writer, the concept of the word appropriation, and like, how, like the, like, ups and downs of, like, how people have felt about that word over the last 5 years is wild to me, but like, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about appropriation, is we're talking about taking something, we're talking about removing it from its context, we're talking about removing the meaning from it, and we're talking about turning it into something that is consumable for whatever dominant culture exists. It's turning it into something that is consumptive, and it's turning it into something that is non-threatening. It's turning it into something that you can turn into profit, right? And like, and that's always what it is. There's always like something that like, God, oh God. It happened in a fucking K-pop video. So like, shoes thrown over a telephone wire. In a lot of places in black culture, like somebody died, and you are essentially, how do I express it? You are, God, honoring isn't the right word, but you are remembering, you're commemorating, I don't know the right word for this, fuck. But you are you are shoes over a telephone line, like that's what that means. It's like a deeply emotional, it's a meaningful thing. It's like somebody has died here. Somebody like, and you see that symbolism, like tons of symbolism, tons tons of aspects of black culture get taken and removed from their context, and now they're set dressing. Now they're fun set dressing in this K-pop video. Now, like in this American pop video, even it's fun. Aren't I edgy? Look at all of the ooh, it's so urban. Like it takes it and it removes it all from its meaning and like destroys not only like, because like then the dominant culture takes that and suddenly that symbol has lost all of its meaning. So it destroys, it's like actively destroying culture in the process, right? Because like this is the thing that I think, like people talk about appropriation and then I see a lot of white people being like, okay, like appropriation is bad and I get it. Like I'm not allowed, I'm not allowed to wear like a Native American costume for Halloween, right? So white people are like, I get it. I'm not allowed to appropriate things because it's bad, but they're not understanding why it's bad. And the reason that it's bad is because you will take this thing out of its original cultural context. It will just like, it's now just a thing. Like it's just an object, and that is going to become the pervasive idea of it in most people's minds because you all have the bigger platform. Like, because like if this is in a fucking national music video, now that most people like see that and they don't know what it means. They don't think anything of it. They think it's just like funny. Like, I've seen people being like, ha ha ha, that's funny. And I'm like, it's not funny. It's not funny. Like, somebody has died here in an unjust way, and that's what this is meant to mark. It's not funny. And so you're actively, like, removing opportunities for understanding other people's cultures by removing these things from their context. That's the damage that appropriation does. Is that, like, things that could have been a real opportunity for people to learn, a real opportunity for, like, something from another person's culture to be, like, respected and acknowledged and integrated and learned about, something that could have been that becomes a commodity for whatever the main major culture is to consume and dispose of, right? I'm taking a break. I'm calming down. The word guru. A makeup guru. You never use the word guru now because it means one thing and people make it mean literally anything else. I didn't actually know that about the word guru, but I'm glad I know that. I will keep that in mind. People getting tear tattoos on their face and they've never been to prison. Memorializing. Specifically, I was like struggling to find a word that communicated like, I don't know. It's actually like, it's kind of like, I'm struggling to like fully communicate like, the symbolism of what that means, honestly. So I probably should just like give up and stop because I don't want to miscommunicate. But like it's like there's a lot of like it's there's a lot of pain there. There's a lot of pain there. It's not to fucking look cool. It's not for Ariana Grande to take and use as proof that she's real edgy. I don't know. I don't even know what she's trying to prove. Marketable to prove. I don't know what she's trying to prove. It's not an aesthetic, and the concept of that is just like it's fine, I'm calm. Yeah, sorry. It's fine, but it's just like it's really painful, right? And that's like why like seeing it in other stuff is like feels so disrespectful, because it's like you don't even know what that means. You just like you're taking this thing that's like that is so painful and like means something like not good, and you're taking it and you're like, LOL, I'm so gangster. Like, yay. It's just not. Oh, I'm sorry, Dark Warlos. I don't mean to make you heated. So yeah. I'll take some water. I'll take some protein shake. Take a break and take some protein shake. As romanticizing of something people don't fully understand. I don't even think it's romanticizing. And it's not even selling a false image either. It's because, like, the reason, God. Oh my God, there's so many topics and I don't even know how to get into all of them. Let's talk about Ariana Grande. Let's talk about Ariana Grande. And let's talk about the fact that Ariana Grande is a white person who has brown face. Like, she is a white person who is really profiting off of being ambiguously brown. And like, there's a whole thing right now in American culture in general about being ambiguously brown, right? Like, again, it's been a long stream at this point, but if you were here for the beginning of the stream, we were talking about colorism. We were talking about how, like, me, myself, like, I am, like, basically, like, I'm the ideal kind of ambiguously brown. Like, this is what America right now wants to sell. Like, not that, like, haha, not that, I mean, I'm not actually white, so I'm not 100% there, but, like, this kind of, like, they want to sell, like, light-skinned, pretty, exotic, like, relatable level of brownness, but not, like, oh, don't, like, act, like, not really, like, no real culture, though. Like, no, like, don't actually be sharing your, like, ethnic identity here. Like, we just want you to be ambiguously brown. We want you to be this color that specifically white people find I don't even know, like, I don't even know how to, I'm trying to, like, think of one word that sums up the like weird way that white people are towards light-skinned people. I'm trying to, like, safe, kind of, safe is definitely part of it. It's like, we already talked about, right? We talked about, like, there's all these biases. There's all these biases about light-skinned people. There's all these ways that light skin, like, works in your favor so that you experience less racism than darker-skinned people do, right? Lighter-skinned people are perceived as, okay, so a couple of things here. Okay. Going back to Ariana Grande. We're gonna go back to Ariana Grande, and again, I'm veering off into territory. I haven't studied this at all. This is just me thinking about things and me, like, coming to my own conclusions about things. I haven't studied anything about Ariana Grande. Yeah, she used the brownness to translate into maturity and sexuality. The brownness is used to sexualize her and to make her seem more, like, more exotic, more mature, more worldly, more, it makes it more palatable, in my opinion. I think that this is true. I think it makes it more palatable for white people that she's like an outspoken woman. She shares her ideas. She tries to take control of her life. And I think that in a lot of ways, being brown will like that's something that's more expected from people of color. Listen, there's a lot here to unpack. But I think that's something that's more expected from people of color than it is expected from white people. So I think it's a way to like make that more palatable to a larger audience in a very like in a way in which like all of the different like sexism and racism, we've got so much like colliding here where like I very firmly believe that like we've gotten to the point that like white people don't like seeing white women be outspoken, but if it's an ambiguously brown person being outspoken, then I'm not saying that they're more receptive to them, because it's not like they're more willing to listen, but they're more accepting of the fact that like brown people are angry, because it's like one step on the stereotype of angry black women, right? It's like I once had a man say to me that he preferred dating mixed girls because white girls were like full black girls were too what's the word? They were too aggressive, like they were too gonna catch you for everything, and white girls were too docile. So he liked mixed girls because they were in between and they're like feisty but like not gonna actually cause any problems. So like that's kind of stuck with me, and like that's how I think that a lot of people view ambiguously brown, is that it's like it's okay if you're angry because it doesn't mean anything if you're angry, but you're allowed to be you're allowed to be angry, but it's an empty hollow threat. You're just very pretty, let me look at you. Right? Yeah, he was awful. Yeah, and that's why I clarified yellow ring. It's not that they're more willing to accept that brown people are angry, it's that they're more like, God, I'm like really struggling to try and communicate the nuances of this, I feel like. And again, these are unprepared thoughts. This is not something I sat down and was like, this is how I know to communicate it to other people. I guess look at the difference. It's more like, of course brown people are angry. Yeah, that's a better way. Yeah, yes, thank you. They expect the anger. That's a much better way of putting it. They expect the anger and they're going to ignore it as much as before, but it's not like you're breaking a social norm. You're not breaking as many social norms, I guess, for white people. And we're considering this from the lens of white people, right? We're like, they're trying to market Ariana Grande for a majority white audience. They're not trying to market Ariana Grande to people of color with like her branding and like how she looks, and like that's not what they're trying to do, even though sometimes she tries to act like that's what she's doing. They're marketing her to white people. And so we're looking at all this for like, what does her going from being actually white, because she is, to like performing as ambiguously brown, putting on brown face, like what is that doing for her? That is one of the things that I think that they're like using that. They're using the fact that like the ambiguous brownness makes her seem more mature, makes her seem more sexual. And do you want to know what the reasons for that are? Like, oh my God. It's so hard to like talk about these things because any one topic leads into like 6 others, and I'm like, oh my God. The whole reason that people who are ambiguously brown or black, like, oh my God, it goes back to slavery. It goes back to slavery, and it goes back to all the kinds of assault that happened back in the day. That's why, like, it grants people this perception of sexuality and maturity because like brown girls always are, like brown and black women always are like fetishized and made to seem more mature than they actually are, more sexual than they actually are. Like young people of color who are like 10 get sexualized so much more than, and I grew up in a majority white town, right? I've seen white girls be sexualized, and I've seen people of color be sexualized, and it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. Women and children, yeah, the children get sexualized at a much earlier age when they're darker skinned. They're presumed to have less innocence. They're like the perception of the perception, oh God, the perception is that they're not children. I don't know how to, like, I can describe it, but it's hard to, like, there is this level of, like, angelic innocence that is bestowed upon white children that does not get bestowed upon brown children. Brown children are presumed to be... Hi, Space! Yeah! Fastest thing alive, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. We're chatting. But yeah, they're... And like, that carries over, like, that carries over, like, the... into like, God, there's so much here. There's so much here to unpack. Are you guys enjoying this, like, tour of so many different dynamics of, like, are you guys, like, starting to understand how in the beginning of this conversation when I said white people are really coddled and, like, you have no idea how much your culture, like, lets you never have to think about certain things, and, like, I know you guys know that you're coddled, but you have no idea how much you actually are. This is going back to that. Like, there's so much everywhere all the time that people are always, like, and, like, all of this is happening because white culture is centered. White people's experience is centered. This is all happening because you guys are the conversation that we need to talk around. Even during this conversation, I've been talking about it with you guys as the central focus because I kind of need to. Like, a lot of people here are white, and I'm like here. I'm trying to explain these concepts to you, right? So I'm trying to, like, bring you in and like show you a little bit of the dynamics that are going on here. And, like, even in this conversation, I am privileging you guys because I'm thinking of how to talk about everything in a way that will make sense to you. I'm thinking of how to talk about everything in a way that is, like, while not aggressive, is not, like, actively hostile. I'm framing Ariana Grande from the perspective of, we're thinking of the white audience that she is being marketed to, that she's marketing herself to. Like, you guys have been centered in just this entire conversation, even. Let alone all of the individual different dynamics that I have brought up. How children are treated, how white people treat other kinds of cultures, how white people don't even realize how much white culture is the dominant culture, how much other people have to assimilate into white culture in order to be expected to be professional, in order to be expected to, or to seem to the, like, what is professional in white culture. There's so, like, we've covered so many topics, and this is such a bare surface that we are scratching, you know? Goodness. Whether you should feel guilty for liking Ariana Grande and her music, that's not the right question for me. It's not about, for me, it's not about whether you should feel guilty for liking the stuff that you do. I think, and, like, Zephyrus, I'm not trying to, like, target you by saying this, but, like, this does tie back into something that we were talking about earlier. That goes back into, like, when we are talking about racism, white people tend to immediately go into, like, I'm feeling feelings about this. How should I handle the feelings that I am feeling about this? And I don't, like, whether you should feel guilty or not for Ariana Grande's music, that's up to you. What is more important is, what are you going to do now that you know and understand this information to try and change something about the way that the world works? Like, all of the information that I have explained to you guys during this stream is fucking pointless if you guys are gonna walk away from this stream and just continue to go about your day, not even thinking about it, but being like, I'm glad I got educated today, and let's just continue about whatever the fuck you were doing. That's pointless, because that doesn't change anything. That doesn't change how much you guys are centered. That doesn't change how much other, like, that's not gonna change any of the dynamics that I've talked about all of today, right? And like, just like you guys feeling bad about ways that you might have behaved in the past, or like all of the emotions about, I've been racist in the past, how should I feel? For me, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that, because I care about what you're gonna do. I care about what, like, are you gonna change something? Are you gonna go out and like, are you going to go out? Are you gonna become an activist? Are you gonna advocate for the people around you? Are you gonna call your senators? Are you gonna vote? Are you gonna volunteer? Are you gonna fundraise? Are you going to listen to the people of color in your community and what their concerns about your town are, because your town has people of color who are struggling and who need help, and whose voices need to be boosted rather than like talked over. Like, this whole conversation that we're having here is like really, really great, and I appreciate all of you guys for like, listen, there's a lot that I've said here, there's a lot that's been really, that like, there's been plenty of times where people have had opportunities to get defensive, and I appreciate that you guys haven't done that. But like, the most frustrating thing for me about having those conversations with my friends and my family, where I was trying to be like, you're being racist right now, is how much at the end of those conversations, like, again, they would be like, thanks, end the conversation. They wouldn't check up on me. They wouldn't ask, like, was this conversation hard for you? And the reason that they didn't do that is because they weren't actually interested. They're not actually, they don't, in those moments when I'm having those conversations with them, trying to communicate to them that they're being racist and trying to communicate to them that they need to stop being racist, they're still thinking about themselves the whole fucking time. And that is the damage of white people being centered in these conversations, is that white people get to leave these conversations thinking, gee golly gosh, I did so good for being educated now. Now I really know and understand about racism. And I'm gonna go have dinner and go to sleep tonight. And then I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and just go about my life like nothing has changed. And you know, it's like hard to feel it's not that I expect any different from my friends when they do that, but every time it happens, it hurts like it's new. Like every time I think that I have a close friendship with someone, and then something like this comes up and we leave the conversation, and they leave me alone to deal with like all of my feelings about the conversation as I walked them through their own feelings on racism, and they don't do anything to follow up. I don't see them trying to study up. I don't see them trying to learn and continue to change anything. It just makes me feel like they don't actually see me as a human. And that sucks. That sucks. How would it sound if I didn't try to talk around you? More aggressive. More aggressive, and like I would be raising a lot of your all's instincts about like there would be a lot more defensive people in the chat. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat again. I'm glad your mom helped you out there, Clonoac. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for letting me make that point, Zephyrus. I know that, like, I was jumping off of something that you said. I wasn't, like, trying to go in on you in particular or anything, but thank you for letting me make that point. The point of a conversation where a white person gets told they're being racist should be for them to try and fix it and make the person they hurt feel better instead of the other way around. Yeah. 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 Sorry, I'm still reading. Good night, Yellow Ring. I mean, like, sure, white people suck, but like, let's not like. Thank you. Sure, like, white people suck and all that, but let's not, like... White people suck is also, like, here. Like, if I'm being real with you, if we're not gonna, like... I'm still gonna be slightly privileging the, like, white people in this conversation for a second. Thank you, Ruby. But, like... Don't dismiss it as white people suck. If I'm like gonna go in and be like, we're talking about things that white people do during conversations about race that like aren't particularly helpful, I fully get and like I understand the versatility, the usefulness of white people suck, but white people suck is like just the same thing as like men suck or like, first of all, blanket statement, generalization not useful, but disposing of that entirely, like I don't actually give a fuck about the fact that it's a generalization. I give a fuck about the fact that those are ways that we as Americans, I don't know about other nations, but we as Americans sum up and put away our feelings. It's like, yeah, man, white people suck, right? Don't we? Haha, we do. All right, good. We've reached a consensus. We know white people suck. I have so many complicated feelings about what's going on and I can't really summarize them up in any way, so I'm gonna say white people suck and then I'm not gonna actually unpack those feelings. Again, I'm not saying that this is specifically what you guys were doing, but if we're gonna go all in and I'm gonna be like, in my experience of talking to white people about racism, these are the things that I have noticed that white people do to avoid engaging with racism. That's one of the things that they definitely do to avoid engaging with racism. There's like some people that I've talked to that they have become an entire wall with that, where they're like, yeah, well, sucks to suck, and then like the conversation's over, and I'm like, what? It also might be like, white people suck, so I even try. I think that that's kind of how it functions, yeah. Maintaining the, yeah. I think that like understanding like how like, cause like I do that too. I do that all the time. I'm just like, and I do it like, this is why like I have this opinion that I think white people do this when they're like trying to package their feelings up and put it away so they don't have to think about it right now, is because I do that when I want to package up my feelings and put them away so I don't have to think about it right now. I say blank sucks when I'm like having a conversation with a friend and we're both upset about something, but there's nothing that we feel that we can do to address it right now and I need to go to work. That sucks. That definitely sucks. All right, and my feelings are summed up in that sucks, so I need to put this behind me so that I can go to work. This is why I feel like that. And also you feel like black people are just tired and yeah, I'm so tired. Oh, we're all so tired. We're all so tired. And like, God, it's so nice that you guys are like listening. So like, again, thank you for that. Thank you for listening to me going into like a bunch of this kind of somewhat nuance and like I hope that this conversation is like, I hope that this conversation is enlightening. Like I hope that this conversation is kind of like, I guess, broadening your worldview, but like I see, like, again, in my conversations with white people about race, white people seem like y'all lack like an understanding of the breadth and like the depth and the complexity of the problem, obviously because y'all haven't lived it, so it makes sense. But y'all lack that understanding, and it because it's so hard to see the way that everything interconnects, and it's like, and like it can be really hard to get somebody's defenses down enough to the point that you can communicate that kind of lived experience in detail, and like it's hard to get people to be receptive to that kind of lived experience. Like, I feel like I've had so many conversations with white people where they just like don't even understand that racism can be a thing. And when you start trying to tell them about with my stepdad. Oh my god, this was a very racist thing that my stepdad said, and I'm not speaking with my stepdad, just to be clear about that, but my stepdad is really racist. And one time we ended up in an argument in a fucking diner because he started trying to talk about... Okay, I'm gonna try to like... I don't want to go into it. Yeah, hey, Sensu Beans! Thanks for following, welcome back. I don't wanna go into it too far to be like I'm not trying to trigger people. So this might be like, you're fine. So this might be like a little bit intense, but basically my stepdad was trying to say that the reason that black people in courts get worse prison sentences is because we don't dress like respectfully and we don't behave professionally, and that's why, because we're so disrespectful to judges, right? So this is the line of thinking that my fucking stepdad was going down in the middle of this fucking diner. And like, I will tell you, this conversation did end with me in tears, and we did end up having to leave the diner because I like couldn't even like, and he was like attacking me, and like my mom just sat there not even letting anything happen. So when I'm saying that like I've had to have these conversations with my friends and family, like I'm saying I've had to have these conversations with my friends and family, and like even my own family has not stepped up to defend or help me, right? It fucking sucks. It's the shittiest. It's the worst. But the trying to communicate with him was a lost cause, so I don't even know why I fucking did it. But like trying to communicate with him, every single thing that I said to him and that I brought up to him, he had a counter for, because according to him, if black people just acted like white people, everything would be fine. And I was like trying in vain, like a fool. I was trying to explain to him how wrong he was on so many different levels. And that's like a really extreme example, but like the reason that he felt/feels that way is because of God. Because of what a limited experience he has had with the world, because of there's a lot of reasons that he is the way that he is, but I can't talk about all of them because it's like personal, right? So I can't talk about all of them, but like one of the reasons that he was like that is because instead of going out and trying to find answers to why things are the way they are from the people who are being affected by the things that are going off this way, he sought a conclusion from everything he already knew about the world. And from everything he already knows about the world is fair as long as you conduct yourself well in public, whatever the fuck that means. To him, he was like, no, this is the objective way that this is. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time talking about this experience because it was like such a, like it is a lot. It's a lot, but like, I'm hoping that I'm hoping that I communicated something during that. I'm hoping that I communicated that like, I'm just like shaking my head. that's what I'm trying to communicate. That perspective that my fucking stepdad had, that is like the worst case scenario of what happens when you privilege one culture's perception of everything over anything else. And the problem with having like one culture run everything and like define everything is that you no longer see all the ways that that culture is defining everything, right? We're growing up in America. We're growing up in this country that is extremely racist. That is just like racist from the ground up. It's racist from the roots up. It's racist, like our history is racist. Our judicial system is racist. Our just like everything about this country has its roots in racism because that's just how, like, that's where we established ourselves. That's how America got to be a fucking profitable nation, is because America profited off of millions of unpaid laborers, is like lifetimes of labor. And like people wonder why when we talk about reparations, like people wonder why when black people are talking about reparations, they're talking about like why they want money back. People are like, I don't know why I should pay for it. This is why you should pay for it, because America wouldn't be a fucking economic superpower if you hadn't profited off of the work of slave labor. And black people didn't get to keep any of that economic any of that economic prosperity that they created. That all went to white people, and that money that went to white people stayed in white people's families. That money went towards other white institutions. That money funded white senators. That money funded white policies. That money funded white everything. And then when slavery was abolished, first of all, some people just stayed in slavery after slavery was abolished because like that's how the South was. Like some people just like pretended like slavery was never abolished and got away with it for a very long time, first of all. There's so much history here. It's fine. I will never shut up because there's so much. It's just endless. It's endless. Aw. Thank you, Kimchika. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. You guys don't gotta apologize for my fucking stepdad. Sorry, reading the chat again. That's what he was trying to say. And like, but space, that's exactly the issue that I had to communicate to my mom. Black people will never be white. First of all, we don't want to be. First of all, we shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to be. But like, second of like, black people will never be able, like, even the people who argue that like, black people should just act like white people and then it would all be better. That's never gonna work. You can tell that we're not white. That's never gonna work. Assimilation has never we tried that. Black people tried that. We tried assimilation in like the 1980s through the 2000s. We tried. There was like a whole movement. There was a whole political movement about like, maybe if we just separate ourselves from black culture and we try to immerse ourselves in white culture, maybe they will finally accept us. Maybe they will stop being this way. And it didn't work. It didn't work. It's a lie. You're not American. What is reparations? Just being given money? Reparations can be a lot of things, but basically, like, one of the ways that you can boil down the concept is if you're thinking about all of the economic prosperity that, like, all of the, like, if slave labor had actually been a paid job, right? If that had just been like a paid job where people were like respected and but like if it had been a paid job and black people were allowed to keep the wealth that they generated, we would not be seeing these inequities now. If if like white culture didn't, if America hadn't tried its hardest to disenfranchise and disempower black people at every turn, if we hadn't had Jim Crow, if we didn't have racist housing laws, if we didn't have, like, there's so many different ways that black people have been like oppressed. But if those systems hadn't been in place, most black people in America would be fucking way better off than they are right now. In fact, like things would be a lot more equitable than they currently are. And so the concept of reparations is basically paying back those dues, because money was stolen from, like, so much was stolen from us, but also money was stolen from us. And that has set the like black communities on this completely just like inequitable position. And so the idea of reparations is making up for that, making up for all of the economic mobility that black people were not allowed to have. As if there was ever a good relationship in the first place. I'm glad you guys are learning. At least, and like, I'm only one person. Please, like, don't like take my word as gospel for everything. Like, go do your own research. Go talk to, like, you know, go volunteer, go donate to charities, go read some books, go listen to podcasts with black people talking, like, and also go engage in black culture outside of just the racism situation, right? Like, this is like Black joy, Black girl magic, like, this is where all that comes from, because so often, like, black people are only paid attention to, the black community is only paid attention to when we're talking about our hurts, and when we're talking about our suffering, when we're talking about the racism that we've experienced, when we're talking about all the pain that we go through. But when we're celebrating our accomplishments and our achievements, nobody's there. Like, part of helping the black community get raised up to a position where things are more equitable isn't just about like listening and learning about racism and trying to combat racism and like becoming anti-racist. It isn't just that. It's also supporting the black people in your lives, like doing emotional labor for them instead of having them do emotional labor for you. It's about supporting them. It's about celebrating their victories. It's about, like, there's so much more here, even though the thing that we've talked about this whole conversation has just been like all the bad stuff. There's so much more. Africans invented inoculations and vaccines, by the way, so you're welcome for that. By the way, just putting that out there. Just throwing that. The monetary value of reparations to African Americans at $12 trillion. Well, like, imagine if we had been able to keep that money, and then we had been able to, like, participate, like, we had been able to buy houses, so we had been able to grow our wealth in that way. We had been able to participate in, like, the stock market like rich people do, so we were able to grow our wealth in that way. People weren't getting murdered all the time and having the most prosperous areas of black communities burnt down because white people would get jealous that black people were doing so well, and they would burn down. Google Black Wall Street if you've never heard about that, because there was just a bunch of a really rich black community that got completely burned to the ground because they were being too successful and people didn't like it. Yeah, there's a lot. I, like, honestly, yeah. Buy a house in no time, cut back on avocado toast. What do I think a good charity is? Be Grider. The best charity to me is gonna be your local charity. It's gonna be the local charity that's working on improving things for people in your personal community. There's a lot of different good charities, but if you can, try to find your local charity and help them out, because, like, that's gonna do so much more for your community than, like, donating to, I mean, donating to like any charity is important and good, but like your community is the one that needs the help from you, you know? That's a lot of money. People completely forget that less than 100 years ago we couldn't vote. People forget that like the 1960s were not that long ago. Like people forget that. All right, let me see. All right, I've been streaming for over 4 hours. So this entire stream has just ended up with this conversation happening, as it turns out, which is fine. Oh, a lot happened here. Okay. Which is fine. I guess that's just gonna be the stream for today. That's gonna be what we have ended up talking about here. So, whoops. Oh, that's Critical Role. I do not care about Critical Role. We're gonna be winding down the stream now because I've been like angrily talking for 4 hours and I'm kind of tired. Thought about changing the category to just chatting, then you decided not to. A very quick 4 hours. It was a lot of talking. It was a lot of emotions. The best stream you've been a part of? Damn! Well, thank you. I'm just gonna imagine that you've been a part of streams like since you were like 1 year old. I need a podcast. I would like a podcast. It would be fun. It would be fun. But again, like, I'm just one person. Like, my perspective, I'm sure I got lots wrong in talking about this. I'm sure that I did. So just, you know, please keep the learning going. Please learn about other cultures, learn about structures of racism. Please just like keep learning. Please just keep learning. That's all that I ask. Thank you for resubscribing, Clonewag. Welcome back to the fold. You say white women because most people aren't even aware of like Black and Indigenous suffrage. Good point. Women got the right to vote. White women got the right to vote. You're right. The last widow of a Civil War soldier died last year. Oh my God, that's not that long ago. Yeah. That's fair, Shamus. I can't talk about like specific events and stuff like that. No. Thank you, Zephyrus. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Oh, your first 5 subs. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Welcome back to the fold. Agri O, Glenn, Ginger Pixel, Azami Ree, and Marches of Amarande. Lol. That's hilarious, Luminescence. But that's fair. Thanks. I appreciate that. That is correct. I would agree with that. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember if I said this already. I'm sorry. There's so many things that I'm trying to keep track of right now. Would you all like to share one good thing that happened? One good thing that happened to you today, or one good thing you're looking forward to tomorrow. Just in case I missed that. And then 2H, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs to the community. Welcome to the fold. Plot Twist, TBD Saman, Sailor Suzaku, Weird Kai, RL Tinker, Caroloth, Naru the Cabot, Panda Stash, Puzzleton, and Miss Morgan. Thank you, 2H. That was very sweet of you. I appreciate that. It's like Seamus. Oh, God damn it. No, you're right. I get that mess. I can never pronounce Seamus. Aw, thanks for stopping by, Talks. And thank you for the 100 biddies space. Can we hit level 5 before sign off? I don't know. Can you indeed? Thanks for the 69 biddies, Talks. You got a package of makeup you ordered and you're looking forward to playing with it a little. That's fun. You're looking forward to playing Cuphead tomorrow with a friend after work. I hope that y'all don't get angry at the game. Sleeping in and biking with your partner? That sounds nice. I'm looking forward to Friday being my weekend, so I'm really looking forward to the weekend. Cheers to the freaking weekend. Aye. And then, Tox, thank you for continuing your gift sub as well. Welcome back to the fold. Sign-off is like 30 minutes long, so we have a bit of an advantage. You picked up a new 5-star characters on both of your Genshin attacks and some Genshin charms. Oh, that's so fun. Damn. 5-star characters are pretty rare in Genshin, aren't they? Today you tried out Hades! Oh, good. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Hades is so good, Ruby. I'm making you feel more comfortable talking about different subjects, and you're getting more cognizant of recognizing emotional labor. Oh, wow. I love that, like, Anonymous tipped $95 and said, thanks so much for all of this. Anonymous, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do, and I also... Oh my god! You both at the same... Damn! Alright, here we are. Dawn with the mic drop. We got both. I was just about to say, I love that the donation alert was for the $95 was me like standing next to a skeleton toasting with a glass of wine. Like, I love that, but also like, damn. Y'all are going in! Y'all are going in! Damn. I can't, sorry. This stream has been like such an emotional journey for me, and now I'm being like completely overloaded, but in the opposite direction, and I don't even know this is wild. This is a lot happening here for me personally, in a good way. My face hurts. That's great. See, ending off on a really positive note, but that's what y'all always do. I can't even. Angel Feathers, thank you for the 100 biddies. Dawn, thank you for the 10,000 biddies. I can't believe that the 10,000 biddies didn't push us all the way over the hype train to level 5. Like, what is this? And then Toxin Chase, thank you both for the 100 biddies. Harvest, thank you for gifting 5 more subs to the community. Welcome to the fold, La Wolf, Luminescence, Amilas, Game Seamus, and Haunted Yam. And then Anonymous, thank you so much for the $95 tip. I really appreciate that. You, in general, like everyone, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, like, oh my god, it's like blurred and weird. There, now it's not blurred. I'm covered. It's so rarely like in my life felt like I've been like thanked in like a really like meaningful, like actually appreciative way for doing this particular kind of emotional labor, I guess is what I want to say. And like, so thank you. Like it feels like it feels like y'all actually heard me, and like that's giving me a lot of emotions. And so like thank you. I'm like feeling very Oh, Clonoac, thank you for the 174 biddies. It's very impressive to me. It's just as meaningful to me. And then Connor, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community as well. Welcome Diabetes the Second, Phantom Wolfie, Dwalem, Pixie Sylveon, and Ignited Star. Hi, Anna! Hi, Anna! And then Mrs. Dino Monster! A happy 42 months. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. And thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Dawn. Yeah. Hi, Anna. Yeah, we've had this entire stream has just been conversations about cultural differences and racism. So it's been like a really productive stream. And I am having an emotion. I am having an emotion. Yeah, thank you guys. I, like, giving me my commission. Now would be a good time to mention though, if you're in the stream and you were just gifted a sub, we do have a Discord. It's a sub-only Discord, so like if you have a sub and you join, even if your sub runs out, you'll have lifetime access. It's just a paywall to keep out trolls. So if you want to come join in the Discord, please feel free to do so. Violet, Violet is also gifting a sub to the community, so welcome to the fold, Emilio O. And I thought I thanked you, but in case I didn't, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Dawn. Yeah, yes, shout every wonderful person on this stream out. I agree. Anna, and if you haven't checked out Anna and Kimchika, if you haven't checked out both of these people, then like, I don't know what you're doing, because you're missing out on so much wonderful joy and positivity and like inclusivity and like learning that you could be experiencing with these two people. You should go follow them. Please. Please. Yes. The Discord is something you should go to more. And the hype train! There it goes! And I got an emote. Yeah. And Ruby as well! Yes. Yes. Everyone that gets shouted out in the chat on this channel, like, is good bean. Is like such a good bean, you have no idea how good of a bean. I'm sorry, I'm no longer eloquent. I spent all of my eloquent words talking about racism, and now I'm like, friend good. So, 2H, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna raid a person, and let me figure out which person we are gonna raid, because there's a lot of people streaming right now, and gosh. Oh no, anniversary stream. Oh no, it's anniversary stream? It's Bacon Mom's anniversary stream. Okay, well I have to raid Bacon Mom because it's Bacon Mom's anniversary stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thankfully we haven't raided Bacon Mom in a while. So we'll go. Easy choice. Friend good are best words. Yes. So, yes, thank you guys so much for, so Bacon Mom, for those who don't know, Bacon Mom is a 73-year-old Minecraft streamer who basically like works in creative mode and just has been working on this one Minecraft world for 7 years now, and has created like an incredible, not only Minecraft world, but like streaming experience. She's so kind, she's so peaceful, she's so thoughtful, she's like, it's very chill. She sings, as her sign off, she sings everybody to sleep. Like, you guys have no idea how much Bacon Mom, how great Bacon Mom is, so they're too pure. Don't forget to read her favorite quotes under her stream. Yeah, so we're gonna raid Bacon Mom to celebrate her anniversary. Can't she be my mom? Yes. Yes. You have no, like, Bacon Mom is amazing. And also very inclusive. Like, I feel like it should go without saying that I'm not going to recommend you guys a channel where somebody's going to potentially be like mean and bad towards you, but she's not, obviously. Yeah, and pronouns are she, her for Bacon Mom. But happy anniversary! Yeah, happy anniversary is the raid message. These are my socials. If you want to follow me, please do. I got the Twitter, I got the Patreon for my narrative design, we got the YouTube for archives of the VODs, and we got the TikTok for stream clips. Please follow me on other platforms if you want to do that kind of shindig. I like make games and stuff. It's a whole thing. It's like my job. It's a whole thing that I do. Thank you guys so much for coming out and hanging out with me and like being willing to have this intense of a conversation, and like also letting me speak relatively freely about things and relatively passionately. Like, I appreciate that as far as cultural norms go, I get to break those norms and do that here in my own space. But thank you guys as always for just being so respectful. Thank you. But yes, happy anniversary to Bacon Mom. Chair dance. Give your, if no chair dance, give your most positive emote. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna spread some happiness to Bacon Mom. We're gonna spread some happiness around the world because that's what people need. They need some happiness. So we're going in there and we're gonna make Bacon Mom very, very happy. Thank you guys so much for coming. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays at 3 p.m. PT. I will see you guys on Sunday. Also, next week is the anniversary stream, so be aware. Bye-bye.